to Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaways, we'll be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective when we get to 50K likes. The other giveaway we'll be doing is I will be giving a free reading for the highest gifter. So make sure, again, if you're participating in the 50K giveaway, that you're tapping that screen. And if you're participating in the free reading giveaway, I wish you a lot of luck in that. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But first and foremost, most importantly, how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. We've got a few things to talk about. Coming out of this Scorpio full moon cycle in Taurus, you may be feeling a little bit of this cosmic drag right now. And one of the reasons we're seeing this is these we've talked about the fact that these Scorpio full moon cycles are all about transformation. They're all about the observation, and not just transformation, but the path of transformation. The observation of either how far you have come or how far you have yet to go, potentially even the combination of both. But that's why focusing right now on grounding, focusing right now on building into new practices, new routines, setting intentions, goal setting, this type of energy is good. It's percolating. Okay, that's the best way I can describe it. Because, and the reason that we want to talk about it is because we've got a few big transits that are going to be happening over the next few weeks. Most importantly, Saturn is going to be moving into Aries in just a few days. And that's some heavy stuff. It's going to be in Aries for a very long time. And a lot of that observational point in recognizing the direction of feelings, it's not easy. It may be working through. There may be you may be feeling a lot of this, a lot of emotions from the past rising back up to the surface right now, to be able to recognize and feel the weight of change, how one's own opinion may change in relationality to how one is holding something. I see that leading into this Saturn transition period, there's a lot of bitterness that is being released. But and that's the thing about it. Like, what happens when we're trying to release bitterness? Because we've talked a lot about this. The idea or the aspect of the fact that when trauma occurs to us, we can't control the trauma that we receive, but the way that we carry it articulates between the difference of something that motivates us forward or something that feels like it's holding us back. And honoring that space right now, all of that work with Mars and Leo, it's not about the path work getting easier. It's about the honor of navigating something that has depth, that has intensity, right? It's not about, and even in the context of spirituality, right? Because we've been talking a lot about the fact that we don't shy away when we're working in the space of healthy spirituality. We don't shy away from the hard work, right? We don't move towards a spirituality that feels like it just indulges us, but rather the recognition of the path of what feels good and is good for the self. A lot of that has to do with identifying what hurts us or what feels like it has hurt us. but it's through the observation of healing, the articulation of it, because I've been seeing a lot of work right now between the heart and the throat chakra, healing through this Taurus season, potentially having a breakthrough. I'm seeing a lot of energy right now, potentially having breakthroughs, but the breakthrough becoming the observation of something that used to trigger us, something that we used to react to, but instead we're able to find the ability to talk through it. That stuff's not easy, right? And it's very frustrating. And we get frustrated others as we're doing it. We can get frustrated ourselves. We can get frustrated at situations. But I keep on seeing, and I feel like this is a bit of the advantage of finally the planets kind of getting over that meridian that they've been sitting on for months now between Pisces and Aries, is recognizing and identifying that while emotions are vital and important, emotions have needs. They don't hold the map. And we've been talking about that, the assessment of being able to understand that honoring emotions isn't just doing something because you feel the emotional call to do it. That's what over emotionality is. We've all been in those moments, right? The emotions are very fickle. Emotions move and they shift and they come back and forth, right? They're very much like the ocean, and they're very much like children. But when we're honoring emotions, when you think of emotions like children, you recognize that when you're navigating or you're healing, when you're working with children, um, you don't just follow what the children dictate. You don't just do the things that the children say, because sometimes the children want something that's energetically nourishing. So the emotions of the child emotion comes to us and says something like, "I want a sandwich," right? I want a glass of water. And those are the emotions that feel like they're supportive to us. We're like, "That's great. I can do that for you." But when we hit those emotions that, when the emotional child comes up to us and says like, "I would like some fireworks and some matches." You say, "Boo, boo, 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 come back here. Why do you need those things? Let's talk about it. What is your intention?" Right? So working through that volatility, recognizing and identifying, honoring the emotions, but not feeling led by them. This is a continuation of the work that we saw with the chariot partnerships that were coming together, that is continuing right now for the energy and separation, which I'm seeing is heavily in magician energy at this time. Why do we see that the energy and separation right now is in magician energy? Interestingly and particularly, and ironically, I will add, this is a space where the prioritization point of the couples that are coming together right now is being able to move through authenticity, right? Welcome to that Scorpio full moon in Taurus, operating and understanding one's own majestic force, because that's what effectively Taurus energy is. Taurus energy is the energy of majesty. That's why it's carried in the shoulders. That's why when we see majesty, we show our shoulders to them, right? Because it's understanding the force of weight that we carry, the energy that says that we're strong enough to hold that burden. And so when we embrace our own majesty, when we come into the understanding of ourselves, right? It's not easy, because what does it feel like when you're embracing one's own majesty? You start letting go of the illusion of rejection, right? You start experiencing aversion and you don't feel devastated by it. You just recognize it. It's a lot of the work that we're doing right now is healing via the understanding that non-attachment doesn't mean that you don't feel things, but you don't take others' feelings personally. Because if you're moving in that space, and we see this for a lot of the energy in separation, if this is the energy that's proud of the work that they're doing, if they recognize how far they've come, if they identify the fact that they're not perfect, but they know where they're putting the work towards perfecting, this is the energy that is learning to love their energy. And by extension, when we start to love our energy, we're able to observe and recognize the energy that loves us for the fact that we are embodying our energy, versus the energetic equivalent of someone looking to fill a void, or someone looking to, just have a surface level connection in terms of filling another person's need. And so that's why a lot of that energy potentially may be moving through relationship dynamics more quickly, because that ability of doing so, right? This isn't the energy that experiences someone that says, "You're not I don't think you're for me." and starts to perseverate and starts to worry and starts to agonize over the fact that that occurs. That's the energy that says, goody. Right? Like that's the energy that says, thank you. Because when we start to experience another's aversion and we love ourselves, we don't look to those situations and say, I'll do anything. We say, have a good day. We say, I'll catch you on the flip side. See you when I see you, right? It's a lot more of that. It's a lot more of that easy breeziness that we experience that articulates about the fact that we don't try to change another person's opinions of us. We honor the space that they have one, but it doesn't work, but it doesn't necessarily impact us. And it's not to say that that doesn't sting, right? But it's like it's embodying, like the energy in separation is embodying the ow, because they're saying ow instead of why, right? They're not looking at it as a space of trying to, like, they're not agonizing over the owl. They're just observing it and moving towards the energy that's for them. And that's why I keep on seeing that for the energy coming together right now, there's a little bit of this energy that's in a challenging space. There's a little bit of provocation that we're potentially identifying in some of these relationships that are forming. But I need to articulate, it feels like provocation in the best way possible, because healthy energetic relationships provocate us, they challenge us. And a lot of the energy, if these if these are situations where someone is in separation because they feel like they hit a wall in past relationship, the inability to communicate upon something, the inability to talk about something, the recognition of someone that had aversion and tried to create distance to resolve something instead of facing it. This is why we see that the energy is almost immediately addressing those moments like a band-aid ripping moment, because this is the energy that is recognizing the difference between what another person says that they want to manifest versus having the fortitude and the energetic tenacity to be in the modality of being able to move towards it, right? Because a healthy relationship, or the reason that a relationship is not a wish, a healthy relationship is a manifestation, is because there's no waiting in relationship. You don't articulate, you don't wish in a healthy relationship. You don't say, I wish something is going to, like, would be different. You articulate and say to one another, what is it going to take to get there? So this is why we see that there's a bit of that I want to say that playful challenging, if you will, for some of the partnerships that are coming together right now, because they're doing something that you can almost identify as the spiritual equivalent of putting one's force of effort where their mouth is, right? That's the energy that's recognizing that it's easy to say that you want something. It's an entirely different thing to move in accordance to it. This brings us to a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now. And for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, I'm just seeing that this has been a lot. And this is just to show you that qualitatively, it's not like you move into partnership and everything becomes easier. The energy coming into divine union has learned and been working through the process of the fact that it's often when we find healthy partnership, that is our most vulnerable moment, because that's when the true healing begins. So these are the chariot partnerships that are prioritizing stability. And so we see that for a lot of that stabilization point, what happens when we find the energetic relationship that's stable? It allows us to open the sanctuary of the self. And sometimes the things we find there shock and surprise us. We don't know the trauma that we carry until we're in a moment of stability, because suddenly working through the context of the non-reality that sometimes joy brings with it, when we're used to trauma, there's a lot of the energy right now that's giving each other reality checks. They're very much in high priestess energy, because that reality check is effectively articulating the fact that they're safe there, even as they're feeling triggered. And a lot of the feelings from the past are coming up, because it's finally creating a space where they're able to articulate upon something that they didn't know that they were carrying, that they're now in the process of healing from. And so I just keep on seeing, navigating that shift, working through that context. There's a lot of this energy that is working on the lessons of the sacred embrace, which is feeling the expansion point of love that allows us to reach levels of vulnerability that we haven't before, to be able to articulate on things that we've been holding on to for a long time. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. And for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, I keep on getting the message that this is energy that is moving from temperance into justice. And I'm not surprised to see this, because while we move in, there's a close association to the justice card, particularly in relationality to Gemini energy. So that ability of understanding, right? Not just the observation point prior to this full moon, of kind of recognizing and assessing and taking the temperature of things, either inside the self or outside the self, seeing and identifying how much something has changed. This is the energy that is now articulating upon what those plans are as it relates to manifestation goals, in terms of what it's going to take to be able to apply either changes to the self or changes outside of the self to move one closer into accordance towards a manifestation goal. And this is not easy stuff, because you'll remember and recall that we saw that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, identifying and recognizing whether something one was experiencing was an inside problem or an outside problem. This is a lot of the energy that is saying to one another that the gift of partnership, healthy partnership, when we've done the work to heal our own egos, is one that we're ready, that we're able to navigate hard conversations. We're able to navigate difficult lessons, because that ability of doing so, the promise or the pledge that we see that the partners give one another at this time, this is the energy that says to one another that when we hold each other's dreams as sacredly as ourselves, we ask that the other does not go easy on us in relationality to attaining those goals, because that is the energy that says that the gift of healthy partnership is always having that ego check, always having someone to help one identify and recognize what one needs to change or what one needs to let go of. There's a lot of discernment and a lot of healing that's happening right now for energy deep within divine union. But it is interesting, because I think I've been pointing out that while the energy right now that is coming into union is looking each other in the eyes and saying, giving each other that reality check that allows for the stabilization in order to stay consistent in the relationship dynamic. For the energy deep within divine union, having one another's back is articulated in the space that says, if there's something you could be doing better, I would tell you. If there's something that you could be improving upon, rest assured, I would be the one to correct you. So there's a lot of that point of confidence that we build when we have healthy partnership, because it is the acknowledgement and understanding of building forth with someone that we know will prioritize honesty above all else, because that is the gift that we give one another when we're in a space of deep healing. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you want to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Welcome to everybody joining us today. Hi there, Shadow. Welcome, Mom. Hi there, C and Valera. Andrea, thank you for joining us today. Eros, thank you for joining us. Hello there, Serpentine. Denny, how are you today? Melly, 8, hope you are great today. I hope you're great today too at Melly. 8's pretty good. We like an 8. 9, nervous for test results. Sending you so much support, and make sure that, again, that, remember, watch pot never boils right now. Just let yourself be productive. Sending you so much support, dear. Mom, all you do to send the donation is head over to my tree that has binks in it. You'll find the links in that space. And if you get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Grand Rising, Little Vamp. I hope you're having a beautiful day. My man and I are both Aries. How are you guys doing? I know, listen, for those with Aries right now, I'm going to go through the litany of grievances that we see right now astrologically. You know what I've been saying? For those with Aries placements right now, feeling a little temperamental, feeling a little testy, little test on the patience, a little test on the patience. I got to stress there's also something that's happening right now. Mercury's in Taurus and Saturn is moving into Aries. It's going to feel a little retrograde right now. It's going to feel a little like a Mercury retrograde, okay? Because Mercury doesn't like being in Taurus because it's too slow. It's like Mercury's like wee, and then it hits Taurus, and it's like I keep on saying like Mercury likes to like run through the houses, and then when it gets to Taurus, it's like run, 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 walk, walk. Hello, good day, hello, walk, walk, and then it leaves again. It goes wee, and it keeps going. I feel it. And those are Pisces placements working through abandonment wounds because of all the planets and dipping back and forth into your health. For Taurus right now, you could be feeling like you're seeing red flags everywhere because there's too many planets in Aries during your season. Like it's and Capricorn energy might be feeling like a little bit of a rut right now, is what I'm getting. And again, the dream space is probably gotten really wacky, weird, and wild with Pluto in retrograde until October. I also do dream interpretations here. I will point out. So if you would like clarification on any of these really weird dreams you're having, let's get into it. You can send the information again if you have information that's relevant for any readings today. You can post it in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber to our Discord, hi subscribers, you can post it in the allocated channels on the Discord. And thank you to everybody joining us across the other apps as well. If you would like to get on the list today, you can do so as well via my tree that is being sent in my bio. Grand Rising, Sophanom. Melly, you won Friday's 100K. I'd like absolutely put you on the list right now, dear. Hold on a minute. Let me just get my stuff. Please hold on. I need my pen. 1 second. All right, I've got my pen now. Okay, we're back. All right, where were we? Where were we? 100K, Melly. Where were you? What day did you win it, dear? I just need the date. I've got you on my hold list. I see you. All right, you are off the hold list, and you will be second read for today, dear. Excellent. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. Whoop. Purr, so good to see you. And Smurf, thank you for the follow. Thank you for confirmation, Miss Melissa. Grand Rising, Bridget, happy Monday. And Chosen, thank you for the follow. I love your expression. Thank you for being genuine. Thank you, Smurf. I do my best. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Grand Rising, so good to see you too. Hi there, Creative. How are you doing today? Welcome, everyone. I hope you're doing well today too, Fig. Grand Rising, Grace. And thank you as well. Hold on. And 1 minute, I lost my spot. Jasmine T. So many weird dreams and a lack of sleep. I thought today was Tuesday. Yeah. Time is going to be a little time's going to be a little weird right now. And I think the reason time's going to be a little weird is because Saturn is crossing out of Pisces into Aries. So what you're articulating, like I thought this was like feeling like you're ahead. Also because Mercury's in Taurus, it's like it slows things down. That's why I said it's going to potentially feel a little bit like a Mercury retrograde right now. We are feeling it. Yep. Thank you for confirmation, Miss Melissa. Be patient with each other. Say, what do you need right now? What do you need? 7.2. Oh, your baby having surgery. Okay. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Jess. I hope everything pans out okay. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live too. Mine are just control issues. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I want, like, I think, Grace, I think the word that you want to, like, to help you with that right now, I want you to your mantra is covering your bases. Okay. It's not about controlling situations, it's about covering your bases. And we're going to be talking about this a lot right now. Like, it's going to be like, I think that's going to be a major theme as we're moving into Gemini. There's a lot of Gemini stuff happening. This new moon in Gemini is going to be like, I think it's going to be very good, but it has to do with having new perceptions on things. Bridget, yes, walk, walk, walk. Good day. Yeah, exactly. Hello, hello. Yes, yes, yes. That's like Mercury. Just you can't. Mercury's like, I can't make Taurus mad. I gotta walk when I'm in his house. Hi there, Melly. You can't. You gotta be. It's like It's like yes. Hello. Good day. Good day. Good day. Awesome. You're so welcome, Melly. Is anyone sleeping? Asking for a friend. Yeah, and I think I've told you guys, um, we've got so many planets in Aries, and when we've got a lot of planets in Aries, it's hard to stay down. So I would not be surprised if you're having sleep in bursts. The waking up might get a little bit easier now that the planets are moving out of Pisces, but I would not be surprised if you're waking up disoriented right now and being like, where am I? What day is it? Kind of thing, because Saturn's like on the meridian between Pisces and Aries. And Grand Rising, Heather, good to see you. As Grand Rising, Miss Nikki, thank you for confirmation, Grace. Sending you so much support right now. And Adam, thank you for those gifts. I slept great until the past night. I woke up at 4 a.m. Thanks. I think I might be time for a sleep aid. Try valerian. I think that works really well. A couple of updates before we move into that explains some things the last couple of weeks. I'm glad that helps, Fig. We're going to have a couple of updates before we move into personal readings. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class last week on the death card. Such a joy to be able to go through that card with you. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. I'm so excited to teach this card to you guys. It's a fascinating card. We are going to talk about the symbology of the card, the history of the card. I'm going to work you through spread applications, how to read that card in any direction may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be giving you, and you'll be taking from that class, a unique spread to help you channel the message of temperance into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you the best updates in terms of everything we've studied prior to having each class. But if you wanted to catch up, now is an ideal time to join the class program because you've got a good month ahead of you before our next live class. So if you wanted to bone up, if you did want to catch up on the classes, this would be the perfect opportunity to do so because you'd have about 2, maybe even 3 classes to do per week to get all caught up. Now, if you want full access to the entirety of the archive, then I would encourage you to become a founding member to my Substack because not only will you have access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library, but you will also have access to a discounted rate on the full year's worth of classes, and you will also have access to the option of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your potential towards your personal tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. And you'll also be notified and you'll also have access to each day's podcast. I also post each day's spread there as well. And you'll also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles, which are summarized articles on what we've been seeing in the cards in article format. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase a series, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you have information that is relevant to the reading that you'd like today, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. Or you can have the option, if you are a subscriber, of posting it in the Discord in the allocated channels for that information. And Mother Loving, thank you so much for the share. Always appreciate it. Miss Nikki, thanks for the tip. I've not heard of valerian. May try it in the future. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear, and I hope that helps. Yep. The lack of sleep definitely doesn't help the anxiety. Hillary, thank you so much for getting on the list for today. You'll be the 3rd person read for. And Gail S., thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I tried it once, but maybe it's time to try it again. And thank you as well. As I mentioned, friends, we're about to get started on today's daily collective read. If you'd like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 4th person read for. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. The first giveaway we'll be doing is I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective when we hit 50K likes. Friends, we are already at 12.1K, so keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time, and I'll be able to do that giveaway. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this live out to those that may need to receive it. So thank you so much for tapping the screen and sharing these messages with those who may need to receive it. We're also doing a giveaway right now for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So if you are participating in that, I wish you a lot of luck in winning that as well. That said, if we are going to get started, as I mentioned, if you guys could share the live right now, and I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Hi there, V. Good to see you today. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And just a reminder to anyone who's joining us across any of the other apps, you can also get on the list today. All you need to do is head over to my profile. You will see a tree there with binks in it, and you can get on the list through there. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, May 19th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are starting our day off with today are 5 of Pentacles in its upright, in combination with the Moon card in its reversal. What does Saturn moving out of Pisces into Aries help us work through? It's helping us navigate and recognize, understanding and embodying the space of hard truths. I actually like to see these two cards together. I really do. It's not easy work, right? And whenever Saturn's on the move, it's not going to be easy, right? But it's the identification point of navigating through hard truths that allow us to come into a better expansion of the self. And we talked a lot about this. We talk a lot about here the perspective and the understanding that healthy spirituality shouldn't feel like it's giving you like a little pat on the head. It's not that work of saying the space of saying I'm perfect and everyone around me isn't. It's understanding that healthy spirituality shows you where the work needs to be, right? It's showing you, it's helping you to recognize and identify what it takes to allow for that getting over the hump of the self, right? It's not easy stuff. It's triggering. It's painful. It's working through the space of fear. But that's why we talk about the space of like a healthy journey. The reason we describe that when we're often on a spiritual journey, it feels like we're energetic warriors is because it feels like we're conquering things, right? We're conquering the parts of the self that feel like they hold us back. We conquer the parts of the self that feel like they are triggering or they're damaging. And we don't externalize that work. We don't project it outwards. We look inwards. And so I just keep on seeing that point, right? Like the recognition. And I almost see like I'm almost getting the message too. Sometimes it often feels like you're running interference on yourself, right? Because I keep on hearing that on the journey of healing, like working through the space of what the trauma dictates, right? What one is trying to let go of. A lot of that is also recognizing and inhabiting the space of the false impressions, the false mindsets, the false perspectives that we sometimes experience and receive in moments or modalities that do not feel like they serve the energetic self. And this is difficult because we've also seen the fact that I keep on hearing there's a lot of work that's happening right now. And this is why it's Gemini energy, because it says that the work is twofold, which is when you're working through a hard truth, it's inhabiting and recognizing with clarity something, but also not becoming bitter in the midst of doing that work, right? Like it's transferring something into a place where it feels like it helps one to heal, but it doesn't. And I keep on hearing it's recognition that the process of letting go is not about letting go, because you can't let go of trauma. If you could let go of trauma, it wouldn't be trauma. Trauma is the pain that sticks. So it's understanding that when we say we navigate through the shift, it's being able to move something into a space that helps us heal while also not disassociating in the process. And this is having a different impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. Now, for the energy and separation, there's that 3 of Pentacles. And I told you, before we started the podcast, I was talking a bit about the fact that I feel like a lot of the work that we're going to be navigating in relationality to this like robust amount of Gemini energy that we're about to experience, because you'll have to remember that not only do we have Gemini season coming up, we've got a Gemini full moon a new moon coming up right on the heels of it. And we've also got some planets that are moving into Gemini at that time. Like Mercury is also going to be moving into Gemini in a few days as well. So a lot of that ability of navigating and understanding that often the recognition that one has healed has to do with the ability to see something that wasn't one hasn't seen before, to be able to observe one's own shift in perspective or shift in perception. I just keep on hearing that this is the energy that works in that space of not holding on to things so tightly, but more being into the modality of observing if others are in the same space. Now, this is having a huge impact right now for the energy in separation. As I mentioned, I just keep on seeing that a lot of the energy in separation right now is in magician energy. Why is the energy in separation in magician energy right now? Because these are relationships that are prioritizing authenticity, right? And this is the important thing about embracing that authenticity. This isn't, this is saying to me, this isn't a wayward authenticity. This isn't a, it's not a slacking authenticity. It's not the authenticity that says, like, take it or leave it. This is the energy, this is the authenticity that says, I understand my assignment, right? Because when we're on a healthy journey and we understand our assignment, that is the observation of saying that we understand, we work to understand the self, because it's not just the fact that we understand the self. When we understand the self, we're able to understand what it is that we're working on, what it is that we're working towards. I mean, I keep hearing the energy in separation is meeting one another and they're saying, I'm excited to share the news, right? Because they're excited to share the news because they're operating in the space of the majesty of the self. Because when we are in that space or in that modality where we embrace the energetic lessons, or we embrace the fact that we understand our assignment, it doesn't require us to be perfect. It's the energy that says never perfect, always working, right? It's building into one's perfection. I keep on hearing the energy that says when we love our story there, we're excited to share the news of our energetic progress. And this is the energy that is articulating upon that. They're identifying and recognizing what it is what it's taken to get there. And I keep on hearing again, as it relates to experiences from the past, this is energy that is eager to talk about the past. I keep on getting the same message about the fact that these are magician partnerships because there's nothing that's not on the table to discuss. And to a certain extent, they're doing hard part first. They're talking about the things that may have created conflict in past partnership, because this is the energy that says better to get, I keep on hearing the energy go, better to get the hard part over quick than to recognize or to build up to something only to suddenly go through the same energetic lesson again. So everything that we keep seeing here, that's what I meant about the fact that some of these, like, there's a little bit of this energy right now in that modality that feels somewhat provocative. Like this is saying to me that there's a little bit of this like provocation space, but you understand that I'm saying it's provocation in the best way possible, because the energy is almost bringing, like, whatever it was that created the hurdle in past partnership. This is where this is their starting ground, right? Like, this is the energy that says this isn't a backslide. I hear the energy almost saying, like, this is a continuation of that, identifying and recognizing the lessons that one is bringing towards the new partnership. And that in itself feels restorational. It feels like an act of healing. Now, for energy coming into divine union right now, this is what we've been identifying in relationality to the fact that we've just been seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, I just keep on hearing catharsis. And I will say that there's a lot of energy coming into divine union right now. These are effectively the chariot partnerships that we observe that were being created from the period of time this year where Mars stationed direct until Mars and Venus woke up behind Neptune a few weeks ago. This is the energy that is feeling the expansiveness and the relief and release of building in the context of partner where they've had a breakthrough instead of a breakdown. And what is the definition between having a breakthrough instead of a breakdown? The energy is the same. But when we carry trauma into relationship, and then we experience joy in partnership, and then the trauma tries to tell us it's not real, we often fall back into separation because we start acting out the trauma in the space of the relationship instead of inhabiting the reality of the joy of what we found there. And this is why I keep on hearing that there's a profound breakthrough that's happening for a majority of this energy, these chariot partnerships that have come into union. Because it's not just the fact that they've come into union, but they're staying in union, and in union they will remain, specifically and particularly because they've navigated the heart opening that often happens in partnership, right? All of those things that they didn't realize that they were carrying coming out to the surface. But it's the identification of the energy of the relationship and partnership that helps one understand and navigate that shift into the new reality of joy, wherein it's the understanding of the profound healing that needs to occur in relationality to a past, often in ways that they didn't imagine possible, or they didn't even recognize something that they need to heal from. So that's why I keep on hearing new assignment energy. Right? Like it's new assignment energy, because often when we're on a good spiritual journey, we can identify how far we've come because we identify it's never a point of completion. It's a point of recognizing and identifying a new assignment where the work needs to be put. Now, bringing us to the energy deep within divine union right now, can I please get 2 cards to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Strength card in its reversal in combination with the Page of Cups. There's something really important that we see that is navigating right now for energy in separation, in working through the context of navigating feelings. And this is a continuation on what we've been talking towards. I'm not surprised to see this because you'll recall we've got a lot of energy moving out of Pisces right now into Aries, and Saturn is doing that final push to a certain extent. So what we're effectively identifying for a lot of that energy navigating that push, it has to do with the observation of honoring the emotions, right? Talking about the emotions and talking about vulnerable subjects, talking about and working through vulnerability to a certain extent. But this is why we keep on seeing that when we talk, when we honor the emotions, it's not about doing what the emotions dictate all the time, because the emotions are like children. Sometimes the emotions don't hold the map, right? The emotions don't hold the map. The emotions want things. And our ability to interrogate or to ascertain or to sit with our emotions, that is a point of strength, because that ability of not being reactive as we feel strongly about something, but being able to be intentional as we work through something. I keep on seeing that this is energy deep within divine union that is having breakthroughs in relationality to navigating situations that used to feel disempowering, that are now feeling like a source of strength. Because again, that is the observation of, again, appreciating that you're getting better at something. Continuing to get clarification between our 4 of Pentacles in combination with our Moon card in its reversal. Can I get 1 card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with the Fool card. I like to see this right now. And again, I have a little bit of a different take on what I associate astrologically with the cards and other readers. For me, the Fool card is very closely associated to Aries energy. It's to me, it's the Aries card. And it has a lot to do with the ability to and I like it because it talks towards Aries, and it's conversation that we've been having about the fact that there's a misconception that those with Aries placements don't have any patience. It's not that those with Aries placements don't have a lot of patience. It's the fact that Aries arrives here with a very volatile relationship to Saturn. that those with Aries placements are very, very much like Taurus has a hard time with change. Those with a lot of Aries placements have a lot of issues with time. They're very clock obsessed. Aries can be very, very clock obsessed. But that ability of recognizing it, it's the difference. And I keep on hearing, and this is where all this Gemini energy is coming through, the difference about understanding. And this is why you'll see Aries are very, very fine tuned to be able to tell the difference of being able to chart progress versus feeling like they are in a rut, something that's not going anywhere. And again, for a lot of those with Aries placements, this is why we got someone with a lot of Aries placements, there's like no graver offense, right? There's no graver offense with someone with Aries placements than the feeling that your time is being wasted, specifically and particularly because they come here to heal. They come here to heal the relationship to Saturn. So that's why we see that there's a lot of that discernment that is occurring right now. And I think it's interesting too, because I almost feel like, the thing with like Saturn moving into Aries, it's almost like we're all about to have like a Saturn return moment. Like, it's like we're all about to have a Saturn return moment, like collectively, which is like getting your act straight, right? Because often when we go through periods of Saturn return, the reason that we have so many of those strong shifts in that space is because it changes our relationship to time. So I keep on seeing that there's something very important about that as it relates to focus or as it relates to a sense of purpose. And I actually think that, one of the benefits of Saturn moving out of Pisces into Aries is like a renewed sense of purpose, right? Like I said, I'm not surprised to be hearing a lot of this energy going, I understand my assignment. This is like when we feel that sense of working through our energetic purpose, it can invigorate us. It can motivate us. It's not about something that's easy, right? Because when we feel like we have a sense of purpose, it's not the fact that you're like, oh, good, look how easy it is. Like, it's not like it's not a sense of purpose that goes, oh, good, like it's easy. It's more about that sense of feeling the strength to identify and recognize what it takes to get somewhere. And that's happening across all of the frequencies. Now, for the energy and separation, this is what I meant about some of this. Wow, that's clarification between our moon card and our 3 of Pentacles in its reversal, our 6 of Cups. This is the thing. This is why I told you the energy right now in separation is in full magician energy, because they're just not tiptoeing around things. Because if this is energy that feels like in past relationship, they were tiptoeing around something that effectively created a moment of created a separation point, right? Healthy relationship doesn't feel like we're walking on eggshells, because that ability of doing so, right? Well, like often, where do we get a lot of that feeling of walking on eggshells? We often walk on eggshells when we feel like someone is in the space of having or navigating a fragile ego, right? It's like, ooh, don't disturb. You know what I mean? Like, and that to a certain extent is why I see some of this energy that's being like pushing each other a little bit. And not, I want to say not pushing each other. I need to point this out. When I say pushing each other, I don't mean like trying to get a rise out of one another. But this is the energy that is starting. They're starting with the hard part first. I almost hear the energy saying, let's just get this out of the way. Because if this was something that if there was some kind of modality of moving into authenticity of the self in past partnership that felt like it was like working in the space, I keep on hearing like having to navigate earmuff energy. or someone who's like going in that space of being like, I don't want to talk about something, or I don't want to acknowledge something, or the energy that was like building into the whim relationship of moving away when they weren't feeling like the relationship was giving them the warm fuzzies. This is the energy that's trying to say to one another, relationships aren't just built on feeling good all the time. I'm not here to be your energetic balm, right? This is the energy that says, this is where we work. This is where we work. It's not about feeling good all the time. It's about identifying where the work begins and working through that together. And that's why I keep on hearing that so much of this energy is like working through that, because this is the energy that says that, and I keep on hearing the ability to navigate an argument in such a way is just as good is like a beautiful indicator of being able to build into relationship, because it's the understanding that we don't tiptoe around one another when we're in healthy relationship. We don't worry about, I keep on hearing, we don't worry about upsetting the glass of the relationship, because a good ship can handle rough water is what I keep on getting. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Pentacles in combination with our Strength card in its reversal. Ooh, we got two cards coming out. Boom, look at that. Those are beautiful together. We've got double twos today. So we have the Two of Cups in combination with our Two of Wands in its reversal, in its upright. And I told you, this is how the frequencies impact each other. Why is the energy in separation articulating and saying a healthy relationship can navigate rough water? Which is why they're saying that they're working through the hard part first, because we see that a lot of the energy coming into divine union, those chariot partnerships, this is the energy that is saying to one another, thank you, because the sacred embrace of partnership, right? Being able to go through something that would have previously created a breakdown in the self, but being able to talk it through, being able to talk it out, recognizing the breakthrough of not projecting onto the partner something from the past, but being able to articulate upon it. This is the energy that feels the ability to calm the waters of the self via the energetic counterpart that helps them maintain that point of safety in relationality to a healthy energetic perspective. So this is more of the space. I told you, this is that reality check that we were articulating, going through that heart opening. And this is the energy that doesn't say, I love you because you complete me. This is the energy that looks one another in the eye and says, I love you because through you, I see myself more clearly. That ability of having that perspective, being able to work something out. Like I keep on hearing, that is the soul expansion that often happens in healthy partnership, because it is the energy that allows for the ability to see something in a way that you couldn't see before, right? I keep on getting, it feels like the energy is in the partnership where the blinders are off. But the blinders are off in relationality to being able to recognize one's own energetic blind spots. This brings us to a lot of energy right now, deep within divine union, clarification between our Strength card in its reversal in combination with our Page of Cups in its upright. And for a lot of that energy here, this Page of Wands in its reversal, I think it's a little interesting because how do I describe this? And this is why there's a lot of asynchronous lessons that are happening right now on the journey of the Stoic heart. Because this is the energy that doesn't, I keep on seeing, it doesn't require, I keep on hearing compassion doesn't require the ability of having to say yes to everything, is what I keep on hearing. Compassion isn't the space. I keep on hearing compassion isn't an agreeable space, because you have to understand that this is the energy of compassion that, again, works into the space. Compassion does not require one to have to harbor space for another person's energetic blind spots, is what I'm hearing. And the reason that we're seeing that is, again, in recognition to the fact that we all have blind spots, right? We all have those spaces in the self that we recognize that are hard for us to see. But that's the gift of healthy counterpart energy, like the gift of relationship in any dynamic, not just not just intimate relationship, but friendship of those of as well. Healthy partnership, healthy relationship doesn't just pad the ego, right? It helps us see something that we might not be willing or eager to see. It's like, it's why we love each other, because it's the energy that, again, like, and that's why I'm not surprised to see it too. It's being able to rip that band-aid off, right? It's that ability of saying, like, I'm always promising you to show you the thing that I know is healthy for you, even if it's hard to be able to navigate. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's so much of that work that is occurring in the space of, I keep on seeing, having those hard conversations, doing that hard work. And a lot of it I keep on seeing is working on, again, navigating something that one is trying to improve upon the self, recognizing and identifying something that one is working to do better, versus having to navigate what might be outside the self. And that's why I keep on hearing that there's almost a bit of work that's happening right now, deep within divine union, in the space. And this was like what we were seeing like earlier this year, in honoring one's no, right? Because when we say no, like, never are we more held in the embrace of safety than when we're able to articulate no, and another is respective of it, because that ability of doing so is the amplification of, again, not just the space of creating the environment of the warm fuzzies for one another, but in that space of being able to recognize and identify, right, either something that we feel, a falsehood about the self that we're working to correct, right? Those, like I told you, those pesky things that trauma tries to tell us about ourselves, that the healthy counterpart works to help us remember and remove from ourselves, versus those spaces or places where we're trying to identify and recognize what feels like it's aligned for us versus what is not. So there's a lot of that energy here. I'm not surprised to see it, because we're moving it, like, this is Saturn going into Aries, continuing to get clarification between our Fool card and our Six of Cups in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? We've got here our World card, and I think this is really important, because if you recall, if you look at yesterday's spread, which you can find over on our Substack, it'll be posted there with the podcast. This card, we had a beautiful spread yesterday, absolutely beautiful, and the World card was in its center. And the thing about the World card in its center, and I think that this is really beautiful. I just want to show you, for the energy and separation right now, this is this combination of cards, like, as a reader, is just, it's so beautiful, because this is the amplification of a lot of the work that the energy is doing, particularly in separation, which is the identification point of releasing the illusion of rejection, right? Because this is the energy that says, if I'm good, this is the energy that says, if I understand my energetic assignment, if I understand that I'm working to turn my flaws into facets, that I don't need to be in a space of being perfect to enter partnership, but being in alignment with someone that's doing that work as well, then navigating another person's aversion to that is a gift. It's not a devastation point, because if you reach a moment where you're feeling you're in your majesty, or you're navigating majestic energy, which is you're working towards your majesty of self, and you're excited to share that with another, and another person has ick about it and is like, I don't like that, then you don't take it personally. You work through non-attachment, and you say, that's perfectly fine. You're not for me. You're not for everybody. Because when you're working on your own majesty, it's not about being for everyone. It's about understanding that experience of the self is a specialty. It's a gift. It's working towards being exquisite. So it's not about feeling that sense of trying to work towards likability. It's not the space of feeling that necessary point of feeling like everyone must be in the warm fuzzies about you. It's understanding and being like when you're feeling good about yourself and another person isn't, like, up for that, you look at that and you say, that's interesting, because you recognize that you're probably handling another person's projections towards you, right? You don't take it personally. Welcome to non-attachment. Because again, reaffirming, non-attachment does not mean that you try not to feel anything about the fact that you exist. Non-attachment is not taking it personally that others have feelings about you, because more often than not, those feelings are projections. The only feeling that we are energetically responsible for, that we create one another, is confusion, because confusion can always be resolved with clarity. And that's what I keep on seeing, because I just keep on seeing that something about embracing their authenticity. When we embrace our authenticity, we act as a beacon towards our manifestations, because working towards healthy manifestation isn't seeing someone and being like, I want that, right? It's not, that's like that is coveting. Okay. Like that is like, you don't work towards something and say, I want that. What do I have to do to have that? Right? You look to the universe and say, this is what I desire. Help me see it. Help me find what it is that I'm looking for. Help me understand what I need to change about the self in the process. And help me understand that if another person sees me on that journey and goes, ew, that is spiritual protection. That is an energetic blessing. This brings us to a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, because for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, what is the energy doing? They're breaking the illusion of trauma. Clarification between our Six of Cups in combination with our Two of Cups, in combination with our Two of Wands. What does the healthy relationship do? A really healthy relationship is a ship. It's higher ground. It gives you perspective on things that you have not seen before. And this is the energy that is working to release the false narrative that the past trauma dictated upon them. Because sometimes, and this is why I keep on hearing, this is where what they're going to be doing during Gemini season. Sometimes those self-limiting beliefs we create for ourselves because of something that happened to us. Sometimes they're another person's projections upon us that we overly embodied. And so what is the gift that the energy right now in High Priestess moving into divine union is giving each other? They're giving each other the gift of clarity and perspective. Because when we feel like we are in the healthy partnership and we feel safe to exist there, the perception of the counterpart creates a point of clarity. It helps us sort out the misconceptions of the self that are often implanted in places that have hurt us, or places that we experience doubt or fear or uncertainty. They help us separate the wheat from the trough in relationality to what feels like it is us versus what it feels is another person's illusion of us. So everything I keep on seeing that's happening here, there's a lot of this energy that is finding their strength. They're recalling their energetic strength because they're being able to recognize and identify what is truly seen by means of the energy of the healthy counterpart connection that reaffirms and helps them identify something that is helping them come back to themselves, right? Versus those modalities of letting go of the self-limiting beliefs, the doubts and fears that we often pick up in trauma-informed environments that feel like they hold us down instead of lift us up. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union. Clarification between the double twos that we have with the Two of Cups in combination with our Two of Wands, in combination with our Page of Wands in its reversal. One card, two cards to clarify. Got a lot of twos coming out today. I'm okay with it. I told you we're moving into Gemini energy. So there's going to be a lot of two stuff happening. Clarification between our between our Chariot card in its upright and our Temperance card in its reversal. This is that point that I articulated and talked about in relationality to the work that we're doing with so many planets in Aries right now. So if you'll recall, one of the things that we talked about was the fact that Aries are not impatient, right? Aries are not effectively impatient. Aries are basically in that modality or in that experience wherein we recognize and identify that these are those modalities or those moments where Aries' refined sense of navigating through patience is being able to identify progress, being able to see the force of energetic change, right? Versus those moments that feel like they stagnate us or they feel like we're waiting for something. Healthy manifestation, there's never any waiting, right? Because when we're waiting for things, we're like, I keep on hearing it's indulgent to wait. Never are we more indulgent than when we say that we're waiting. Because when we say that we're waiting, we are latent. Waiting is a latent space. It's waiting for something to occur, but not doing anything to allow it to come into being. It's like it's working in the space. That's why waiting is associated with wishes. And manifestation is associated with action. Because and this is why I see, and there's a lot of this energy here that articulates upon the space of recognizing impatience that often occurs, that the irony of impatience that is often found in someone waiting, that one does not experience when one is patient. Because when you're patient, you're activating. Always patient, never waiting doesn't mean that you're not waiting for a ship to come in. It's not that you're waiting for, it's not that space, like, and I keep on hearing, it's the difference between waiting for a ship to come in versus getting in a boat and moving in the direction towards it. Right? It's like when you're working in the space of working in accordance with the universe, it doesn't say to the universe, I want something, why isn't it happening? Right? Because the universe looks back at us and goes, that's kind of rude. That's kind of rude. That's kind of rude. You're just expecting me to do all the work. That's kind of rude. It's saying it's working in accordance with the universe and saying, hey, I'd really like this. I'll meet you there. What do I have to do? Right? It's understanding and feeling that sense of energetic expansion as it relates to moving in accordance with what it is that we set our heart to. And that journey is a journey. And the reason it's a journey is because you're moving through it. You're not waiting upon it. And this is why I keep on seeing that for if anything, working through that space, like I keep on hearing, there's a lot of energy right now, deep within divine union, that is feeling the frustration point of navigating those points of patience, potentially even in the context of navigating another's energetic indulgence or trying to hold on to something because it feels good, but it isn't good for the self. Understanding that, again, identifying the difference between an indulgence and an activation is an indulgence makes you feel good, right? But it often creates bitterness because it makes one feel like you're energetically exceptional, versus those modalities or moments that you understand that an activation is expansive because it's something that you feel that desire to embrace or something that you feel like that desire to share. And so I just keep on seeing that there's a little bit of this protective energy that's occurring within divine union that almost says, remember that compassion doesn't mean accepting everything. It's saying respectfully, you can't go there. That's what I keep on hearing. Respectfully, right? Continuing to get, it's protective, continuing to get clarification between our world card and our page of swords. And I need to point out just something that's been very intriguing that's been happening ever since Pluto has gone retrograde, which every time I go to pull a card right now, it's coming from the bottom of the deck. I don't know if you've seen this. If you're watching this, for those on the podcast, every time I go to move the deck to pull a card, there's a card stuck to the table. This is very much in alignment with what we expect with Pluto retrograde, because Pluto retrograde is about going through the underbelly, right? It's understanding, it's doing the shadow work, it's understanding the unconscious space and understanding and finding the strength it takes to be able to energetically face something, right? It's building into the context of courage. Yep, there it is, King of Swords in its reversal, clarification between our world card and our page of swords. Right? It's not healthy. The healthy journey is not one that makes one feel perfect. When we come into that space that we feel that we're holier than thou, that's when we're in danger zone. Never are we in more danger than when we feel energetically righteous on our journeys, because that moment is understanding. It's working in the context of understanding, which is understanding that there's always something to be left to be learned. There's always something to be left to be discovered. That's the beauty of embracing an energetic mystery point. The space of looking at the world with wonder in the context of recognizing that there's always something that one can understand further. And that's what I keep on seeing that's beautiful, because I'm almost identifying that there's a little bit of this energy and separation right now, almost apologizing to one another for the trepidation that they're bringing forth to each other as they build new healthy partnerships. Because this is the energy that's almost saying to one another, understand that that trepidation is not something for you to take personally. But this is the energy that says, I have wounds from energy that was demanding of trust. Energy that felt that the trust was, that the feeling that trust was something that they are owed, rather than something that is earned. And this is the energy that says to one another, I mean, I just want to show you with this combination force of the Page of Swords and the World card, like this is the energy that says to one another, the beauty of healthy partnership is that we never feel owed anything. Everything we give to one another is a gift. And we hold that energetic exchange in a point of reverence and wonder. So this is the energy, and I want to just show you here. This is the feminine that almost articulates the masculine and says, like, understand that all things are possible in time, but I have to be energetically careful because of experiences in the past. And what is the masculine energy that's healing doing? Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. I completely understand. I understand it more than you know. I'm also, like, this is the energy that says, I also work in that space, because this is the energy of the masculine that feels the hard part of having to do the heavy lifting. Because often when the masculine's trying to heal, it's twice as hard, because not only is the masculine trying to heal from the space of working towards a corrective force of the fact that they're trying to do something differently, but they also recognize that they're carrying the weight of all of the masculine energy that was not doing the work as effectively. And for feminine, this is the feminine that understands and recognizes the force of the energy of finding their own confidence, finding their own voice, right? There's a lot of this feminine here that I'm seeing that is understanding that journey of finding the healthy counterpart is one that they're going to face a lot of rejection. But this is a lot of the feminine that says, if I'm in my authenticity and someone does not like what I see there, that is an energetic blessing. It's not the need of having to change. It's recognizing that our authenticity acts as a force field to protect us from anything that isn't in alignment to us. Because that observational point of being able to recognize that is what allows us to come into the space of being fully seen and appreciated by our ideal counterpart. While for masculine and feminine energy right now that is coming into union, this is navigating the complication of finding something that one did not even realize that one had to heal before. Clarification between our Knight of Swords, our Temperance card in its reversal, and our Chariot energy in its upright. We've got here our Queen of Pentacles in its upright. And this is really beautiful, because this is what I effectively see. I keep on hearing for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, those Chariot partnerships that were moving deeper into divine union since Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune. A sense of peace that one hasn't found before. The energetic relationship that acts as sanctuary. But also it's the understanding that the energy is seeing something and saying, I didn't find anything. That we don't find peace, we make peace. And the reason we find peace is that when we are in the space that we're ready to heal from our trauma, and we move into healthy partnership, nothing will trigger your trauma more than moving into healthy partnership. Because when you feel vulnerable, right, when you feel the vulnerability there, immediately one's defense mechanism rises up. But this is why the energy says they work to, like, that is the energy that understands that peace is not found, it's made. because this is the energy that feels a lot of that trauma from the past, trying to trying to circumvent the energetic peace that they're finding, right? It's like the feeling that the other shoe is going to drop, right? The energy that tries to say this can't be real, this has to be, this is too good to be true. And this is why we work to navigate through that, because when we embody it, we start to project our trauma into the energetic sanctuary of the partnership. But when we work into the space of healing, we reject what the trauma tries to say. We reject what the trauma tries to make us feel about ourselves. And I keep on hearing there's a lot of this release that is coming through right now, but the release is working through the volatility of the emotions of what one perceived about the self in spaces where it felt like one was needing to defend or protect the self. And this is the energy that says to one another in partnership, you cannot hold yourself accountable for something that you needed to become in a moment when you were trying to survive. That a lot of those modalities, this is where I see a lot of this healing that's coming through, is the recognition of the energy that says that working through the space of identifying what one is working to heal versus what one had to become in order to survive something. This is also why we sometimes carry a lot of that weight, because navigating through the fact that a good healing journey isn't working through the space that one is perfect. It's understanding and recognizing that sometimes we need to create distance from volatility in order to see what it is that we have to heal from. And that's why I feel like we see a lot of the energy right now that is working deep within divine union in a space of energetic protectiveness, because this is the energy that articulates and says compassion is a sanctuary. And compassion being a sanctuary, the thing about an energetic sanctuary point is you don't have to experience, you don't have to leave room for everything. Like the thing is, and this is the thing about it, energetic sanctuary spaces are all about navigating the space of being respectful of the fact that you're creating something that's energetically sacred. And that modality doesn't require the space of being energetically adaptable to anything. It's understanding the force of love by which it is created that articulates and expounds upon what it feels like to do so. And we're seeing even here for masculine and feminine, this is having a very different impact, even though they're working towards the same lessons. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. How is this being experienced for a lot of feminine energy? Queen of Pentacles in its upright, working in the space of feeling a lot of that groundedness. I just see a lot of the energy right now, feminine, building into grounded work. Not surprised to see it during Taurus season, right? But that sense of building that firmness about something. We were talking a lot about the fact that when we're holding on to something that is energetically important, and we're not sure whether we're holding it onto it from the space of the ego or the higher self, we can usually tell the difference when we see the fact that when we're holding on to something and we say to ourselves, why am I holding on to this? Right? The ego will say, because it feels good. Okay? I want to, because it feels good, but it isn't necessarily good for the self, right? Because that's often where we start to see bitterness. And bitterness, if we're feeling bitterness about something, it's usually a sign of something that isn't supportive to us, something that needs to be energetically let go of. But the higher self understands the exquisite insistence of something that is energetically sacred. When we're holding on to something that's important, and we say, why is this so important? The higher self says, sit down. How much time do you have? We'll go through this again. We can talk it out. We can work it through. We'll do this all day. I've got all the time in the world, right? The higher self will be able to continue to articulate upon that. So I just keep on seeing that a lot of that energy is effectively articulating upon feeling that steadiness as it relates to holding on to the manifestation goals that feel like they're energetically important because they matter. While for masculine, I keep on getting this is a lot of there's a lot of inner child healing for masculine right now that feels like soul recall. And why do we see that it feels like soul recall? Because if this is masculine energy that felt like they had to abandon the emotions in order to come into the space of masculinity, this is the masculine energy that reminds the self that, again, a non-attachment does not mean stop feeling. Nothing is more dangerous than when you stop feeling, because that isn't strong to stop feeling. That is effectively not giving you the opportunity to learn what to do when the emotions come to call. And this is why never is masculine safer than when they allow themselves to feel all of the emotions they feel, but not react upon them, to be able to move with intention through them. That is the masculine that embodies the chariot energy that we see for the energy coming into divine union, of saying to the emotions, I have the reins. You don't control me. I listen to what it is that you're asking me. But then I effectively decide and determine whether that feels like it's energetically supportive to my growth, or if you're trying to pull me into a direction that isn't necessarily healthy for me. So that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy is understanding and reclaiming stoicism, because stoicism was never about becoming a stone. Stoicism is feeling the heart opening, wherein you're able to recognize and identify what it is that is important, and being able to move in accordance even as you're feeling a lot of emotional volatility, right? It feels protective by embracing one's vulnerability. So we see even now, this is what we identify for the energy deep within divine union. Masculine coming into that space of feeling the energetic relationship that feels like the nest, wherein the masculine can be their authentic self, a space where their inner child can play, but also feeling the security of the emotion of the feminine that is able to create that supportive structure. But this is the gift that they have in terms of reciprocity moving into Gemini energy, because the emotional safety by which masculine has learned to control the emotionality of the self allows for a deeper connection with feminine, because never does the feminine feel safer than in an embrace of a masculine that they know can inhabit the space of feeling everything, but not ever moving in accordance outside of alignment in terms of their own self and relationality to how they experience it, being non-reactive. While masculine feels super extremely safe with the feminine that doesn't harbor the emotions, but articulates through them, brings the emotions towards the masculine with their own prescriptions, that allows for an ability of, again, not feeling the trepidatiousness of having to walk around one another, but the space or expansiveness of the growth of what is possible in being able to feel the stability that one creates for each other. Final card for today's spread, between our King of Swords in its reversal and our Queen of Pentacles. There's that card from the bottom of the deck coming in to have the reading again. There it is. We've got here our Eight of Swords in its upright. Now, this is very intriguing, right? Yesterday, we spoke about the importance, and with yesterday's reading, we ended on the Lover's card. But this is also the beauty of the Lover's card, because there's something really important that that is misarticulated in relationality to the perception that we see in the Eight of Swords. Often the Eight of Swords is seen as a card of volatility. It's seen as a card of aggressiveness. But truly, when we look at the figure on the Eight of Swords, we see a modality of someone in the space of navigating a point of deep trust. Because this is why we have to heal the abandonment wounds, right? Because if we're not in a space of healing abandonment wounds, and I'm going to tell you right now, we've got a Pluto in retrograde happening right now. It's going to work in the space of navigating through healing a lot of intimacy wounds. And intimacy wounds are difficult to heal. Intimacy wounds can create a lot of volatility within us. Intimacy wounds help us identify, and that's the thing about it, the spaces that make us feel energetically unsafe, the spaces that feel like they trigger us, the spaces that feel like, and even in the space of like working through, and I keep on getting the message that often an intimacy wound is articulated by wanting or desiring or feeling like you need control in everything, right? Because when you have an intimacy wound behind the desire of working into the space of control, It's often the articulation of not trusting others in the process. This is why we heal from our trauma, right? Because when we aren't able to heal from our trauma, the intimacy wound that's cloaked as control issues often makes itself visible in the context of partnership. We often have to work through those moments of feeling a lot of that intensity as it relates to the volatility of the emotions. And the emotions themselves can sometimes feel like they trap us within them. But that's why when we're able to practice non-attachment, right? When we're able to observe the things we feel and honoring the space of the emotions with a sense of curiosity, with a sense of inquisitiveness, being able to talk about even our feelings that sometimes feel like the things that feel conflicting in us. This allows us to heal them because that ability of engaging in the process of processing something instead of projecting it onto others, instead of doing what the anxiety or the trauma drives us to do. We said this is what we talk about in relationality to working through Taurus lessons, because a lot of that work that we see and recognize and identify is working in the space of understanding that the comfort that we find is directly proportional to how much discomfort we can navigate. Because when we're in a space that we just hold into the space that feels like it's comfortable for us, we never expand, right? We never expand. We hold on rigorously to something because it feels good, but then we forget, we lose the possibility of understanding something deeper. But when we're in that space of recognizing and healing, we don't move away, we don't shy away from an uncomfortable conversation, right? We that's why we say we're cringe but we're free, because we approach our cringe with a sense to understand if the cringe is there, because the cringe is saying that this is not safe for us, this is not something that's for us, versus working through the egoic space of helping us recognize and identify a blind spot. This is the energy that says to one another, right? This is working through the context of partnership that honors the space of healthy boundaries. Because the healthy boundaries that we create, when we have healthy boundaries in partnership, it's the space that we feel that we don't have to continually assert them. We trust that another will honor our boundaries the same way that they know that we ourselves would have them be honored, which is again a bit of the same message that we see in the Eight of Swords. Because I want to point this out. I just want to point this out. While this person is energetically bound, do you see the fact that they are in danger? No. And to a certain extent, you might even be able to articulate that those swords positioned around them may be acting as something that keeps them energetically safe. So it's the observation of recognizing and identifying the healthy boundaries that we articulate and our understanding as to why they are there that helps us recognize and identify the boundary that feels like it is protecting us versus the boundary that we are working through because we realize that it is something that is not necessarily serving us. So that's why we see that there's a lot of that work there as it relates to the energy deep within divine union, articulating and saying to one another that the pledge that they're giving each other is always doing that work, right? Not finding a flaw, but not allowing a flaw to be an excuse as to what they're not doing, but allowing it to be something that they put effort to, because that is the energy that says, I do this in such a way because that is the space that we don't lean on one another for support. We become energetically stronger for one another in the process. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, this is the energy that says to one another, right? This isn't the energy that says, you save me. This is the energy that says, for you, I see myself. For you, I see that path work. For you, I understand something that I could not see before. And the clarity of sight that we have in the embrace of those that we trust allows us to be able to heal something that we never have been able to heal before. So this is why I keep on seeing that this is, again, the space of sanctuary that leads to expansion, because this is the sanctuary of safe partnership that allows for the journey inward in the self, because you don't need to be outside the self constantly feeling like you need to protect in relationality to what's outside of it, right? It's the soul journey. While for masculine and feminine in separation right now, I told you this is a little bit of this energy that's not shying away from a hard conversation. If there was something that led to a fracturing in past partnership, I just keep on hearing this energy say, this is where we're starting, because this is the energy that says, not like that ability of being able to move out of something and taking the lesson, right? Not being afraid of something that occurred, but saying, this is exactly where we start. No going backwards, only forward. This is the energy that's saying to one another, it's not enough to just say that you desire something, because saying that you want something but not finding the tenacity to do it, that's just wishing for things. And this is often why those who wish don't necessarily come to the place of achievement, because often when we wish, we're talking about how we would desire something to be, but we're not having the conversation on what we're doing to get there. And this is why I keep on hearing that this is the energy that is saying to one another through that rigor, I'm not a wisher. Like the energy says, I'm not a wisher. I'm a doer. It's not, I don't just say I want something. This, I know what it takes to get there. Bottom of the deck, magician in its reversal. So that's a lot of that same work, right? And this is something I'm not surprised to see this as it relates to the fact that we've got Saturn transiting in a big way in a few days, right? It's not, it's not about how one feels. Okay? Feelings are fickle, right? And that's why I keep on seeing the thing about the thing about energetic feeling is not intention, right? Feeling is not intention. One can have a lot of feelings, but the ability of, I feel like the gift of Saturn moving into Aries is working from the space of intention. Never are we less safe than when we build into partnership and say, let's just see where this goes. Because when we say to one another, let's just see where it goes, it's understanding that we all bring manifestations into a circumstance or situation. So never are we less safe than saying, like, let's just see where this goes, because you'll inevitably reach that point that one person wants to go in one direction and another wants to go in another direction. And oops, now you have a lot of emotions between you that creates a lot of confusion in relationality to feeling the fact that you've got a bit of a tug of war happening in terms of manifestation goals, and create a lot of volatility in connections. Which is why when we are working towards energetic or spiritual discernment, we never just build into connections and say, let's just see where it goes. We say, where are you going? What do you want? Like, what is your intention? Because that ability of recognizing and identifying, that is the space of saying, this is my map. I see where I'm going. I know what my manifestation goals are, and I'm willing to share them with you. And our ability of healing through the anxiety of rejection. If we're showing another person our map, and they say, ew, that's probably a good sign that that's not someone you want to take a walk with. Okay, like that. If you say to someone, this is what I'm looking for in partnership, and they say, ew, why are you moving so quickly? Why are you telling me what you want? Like, that is someone who does not have a desire in relationality to a definitive outcome. So that ability of doing so, I just keep on seeing that letting go of that feeling of anything goes, letting go of that feeling of like, let's just roll dice in terms of like what it is that we're trying to manifest together. This is the energy that is working through the space, that healthy relationship is one that we are able to articulate upon what those goals are. And that's happening across all of the frequencies. Because when we come towards each other and we say, I don't know what I want, right? Like, that is the energy that is saying, I am searching for something. I'm working into a space of dissatisfaction. When we come into a space, like, it's like browsing, it's like working, it's like you going into a store and saying, like, I'm just looking around for whatever piques my interest, right? It's a lot of that fulfilling of the curiosity space. But when we are intentional, when we are directional, when we're able to articulate what it is that we identify and recognize, this is how we create safety for each other. Because we say, I'm not looking for you to tell me where to go. I'm not looking to you to be able to set that accordance point. I'm doing the work internally. I'm finding my own energetic map. And as we do that, we work through that and we heal that. It helps us see with more clarity what feels like it is in alignment to us versus feels like what it is not. And a lot of that is healing from the illusion of rejection. Because if you articulate your manifestation goals to someone and they say, like like, whoa, like that's a lot, or whoa, like that's slow down, and that's the energy that's basically saying either they're not in the space that they're willing to embody the force of conviction to be able to bring dreams into a reality, or that their manifestation is one that they're just looking around, they're just browsing. So I keep on hearing like that's the thing about it. And that's what I meant with this, like Saturn moving, the benefit of moving into Saturn moving into Aries is the refinement as it relates to a sense of purpose, and not necessarily looking outside of the self for that purpose, but looking within. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's, that is where we find, that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you'd like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class last week on the death card. I had such a lovely time working you through that card and helping to build into understanding it better. Our next Tarot Church class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. I will be walking you through the history of that card, the symbology of the card. I'm going to be working you through spread applications, so how you can read that card in any direction it may appear in your own spreads. And you'll be leaving that class with a unique spread to help you channel the messages of the Temperance into your own readings. And all you need to do if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up, but if you wanted to catch up, this is the perfect time to join, because you've got about a month between our next class. If you want to bone up on those other classes, you'd have about 2 classes per week leading into that class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we are studying or have learned thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you have a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to the option of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in those classes was make it accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the experienced seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in that class program. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I post our weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also get to see each day's spread there when I post the podcast, and you'll have access to our mystic meditation articles, which give you a recap on what we've been seeing energetically in article form. I also want to let you guys know that even that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students in these classes as they are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey on a budget. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase the dream series package, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal, utilizing the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. Congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter for today. And thank you. So you'll be having a free reading. And Ava, you came in second, so you will also be having an additional card in your subscriber reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 7th person read for, 6th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation. Oh, I apologize. You're right, Kat. That was the baby dragon. Correction. Thank you. Ava, you won the highest gifter. And you got the additional card. Thank you so much for clarifying that for me, Kat. Thank you so much. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you'd like to get on the list is open. As I mentioned, you will be the 7th person read for today. And hi there. Thank you for confirmation, Miss Melissa. Hi there, creative. So good to see you today. All right. And Gail, thank you for the follow. Miss Nikki, thank you as well. I am ready for today's reading. I have missed it and will not be able to join for a week again. No, well, honey, we'll be here. Okay. You do what you have to do. And again, if you can't be here for it live, they'll always be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Thank you, Chimi and Bridget, for the follow. Thank you for the follow as well, Psychic. And Jodes, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Fiona. I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Hi there, Duda. And thank you for the help, Per. V, maybe I'll be thriving with my Mercury in Gemini. Oh, I think so. It's probably a good sign for you. Happy Monday, Lolo. And Ma Kedis, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Haley. So good to see you today. Rue, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Chris, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open, but please don't spam the comments with your question. It's not courteous to those who are trying to use the app to communicate. Thank you for the help, Bridget. Spiritual, thank you for the follow. Queen Bee, thank you for the follow. Spiritual, for a reading, 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. And Kat, thank you for resubscribing, dear. Looking forward to our reading. Hi there, Alex. Good to see you today. You're the first on our list, dear. Mother loving. I have to pop off, but I'll listen to the rest on Tarot Church and hope to be back for my reading. Absolutely, dear. You know you're all on hold, so you'll never miss your reading here. I am Amana. Thank you for the follow. Sandra, thank you for the follow. 1212, tap to claim. Alex and Lana. Thank you, Caria, for the follow. Reoccurring theme. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have reoccurring themes right now, Fig. Wall, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Kai. I'm about to drive the car, so we'll check for my reading when I arrive. Absolutely. Did you get on the list? Can you confirm if you got on the list? If you did, just send me the initial of where you sent the payment. Hi there, yay. Welcome, Stephanie. If you'd like a reading, all you have to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to read for you. Catherine, thank you for the follow. Gio, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Elisa, so good to see you today. And Lily, thank you for the follow. It is a beautiful day, Noan. And thank you for the follow, Lily. Bella, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Ron, thank you for the follow as well. Hi there, Dream. How are you doing today? Lisa, I'm not sleeping until 4 a.m. and worried I'm getting used to it. It's happening often. It has a lot to do with the fact we've got so many planets in Aries right now. It's hard, like Aries, and Aries is light sleeping. Bottom of the deck was the Magician in its reversal, Elisa. And again, I apologize. Thank you, Anne. I know I apologize for those who are coming into the live, offering you guys to inbox them. Please remember, a legitimate reader will never ask you to inbox them or message them. And this is my only account. The only way you can book a reading with me is via my site. Please be safe. And remember, I will never reach out to you for a reading. Kome, thank you for the follow. And Smush Smush, thank you for the hearts. Stefanica, we just finished the collective. We're about to get started on personals. Yep, and we will be doing one cards once we get through all of the personal readings. Thank you as well, Alex. All right. Hi there, Marie. Good to see you today. Yes, you are the first person on the list today, Alex, and you'll have additional card because you waited. Stefanica, happy to add you to the list if you'd like to send the donation. I'll add you to the list. You'll be the 7th person read for. You came at such a great time in my life. Oh, I'm sending you support. I wish you weren't going through a heartbreak right now, but I'm glad that these messages are helping. Hi there, Tatted. How are you doing today? And Yak, how are you doing today? Thank you for confirming, Per. I will check right now and confirm your spot on the list. Just hold on a minute, dear. And just a reminder, if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 7th person read for. I'm an Aries as well. Yeah, for those with Aries placements right now, it's just not letting yourself get triggered. It's really, and I gotta tell you, with Mercury in Taurus right now, it's not to say that there aren't things that are probably getting on your nerves. Don't let yourself get triggered, really. And Per, thank you. I've got you on the list as well. You will be read for after Kath. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the eighth person read for today. My days have been off. Yeah, it's Mercury and Taurus. It's gonna mess with your. It's gonna and Saturn moving. It can mess with your head timing wise right now. Kimoy, yes, I got you on the list, dear. After Hillary, you're fourth. You're fourth today. All right. Hi there, Kelly. Thank you for the hashtags. I appreciate you. Thank you for the compliment, Nikki. Marie, I started my shadow work. It's slow, but I'm doing it. And these groups help so much. I'm so glad to hear that, Marie. I'm so glad. I know that work's not easy. And make sure you're articulating through it, not reacting to it. And make sure you're hydrating too. Because like the thing with a lot of this Aries energy right now is it can feel very dry. I actually think that with the Pluto in retrograde right now, it's a great time to do shadow work. Like Pluto in its retrograde is a good time because it's working through navigating the space of like healing from fear. You know, my current S is a Gemini, so he's feeling an ego boost and knocking down everybody. Yeah, it's gonna be. I think here's the thing. I feel like it's gonna be a good Gemini season for Geminis because there's a lot of energy moving into Gemini during their season. Like, I think the only thing I want to talk about, I'm sure we're gonna have to talk about this a bit when it comes in, Marie, but I feel like healthy confrontation is going to be important because the only thing we have to be conscientious of is it's a Gemini season with a lot of energy in Aries. So not getting into arguments because it feels good is what I'm getting. Like making sure that it feels like it's going somewhere is what I get. Not arguing for argument's sake, if that makes sense. I hope that helps. Speaking of, so the list right now, we're going to get started. First person we're reading for today is Alex. But I think it's going to depend too where you carry your Gemini placements, you know, because it does feel like it's like it's giving me like working through adaptability, but not letting someone become like oh like hyper, like we gotta also worry like make sure that you're not getting like hyper polarized about something. Yeah, I tried that with him and found out he had been, oh my goodness, cheating. I'm sending you so much support. That's terrible. Sending you so much support, Marie. Hi there, Alex. Why did M pop up in my dream the other night? Okay, let's find out. All right. Tasha, if you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 8th person read for. Can I please get 5 cards for Alex? What's going on with M in the dream space? Oh, sorry. Can I get 4 cards for Alex? What's going on with M in the dream space, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Oh, jeez. Oh, we got 5 anyways. That's like 4. They're like, no, 5. I'm like, okay, fine. I I'm just there's some like unhealed child energy around someone here is what I'm getting. Like I'm just you know, and I think that there's something to be I want to and again, if you want to do a dream interpretation on it, we can too. But like the thing I'm seeing here is I don't know why I'm getting the sense. It almost I this is going to sound a little wild, but I'm getting the sense that someone has a little bit of pretty privilege. It's so strange that that word's coming up. It's giving me like someone who's got a little bit of like pretty privilege in the sense that like they've had these moments where they haven't had to like they haven't had to like apologize for things because I just see someone being like you know what I mean? Like it's giving me a little bit of this like energy of like like you forgive me, right? Without taking accountability for something, you know? And and here's the thing, like I don't know what it is, but you and them, it's like the rubber meets the road, and I can see you almost looking at them and being like, "Nice try." Like I feel like there's something about it that you're just looking at them and you're going like, "It's not going to work here," you know? Because I just see the fact, like I keep on hearing like there's something about like them encountering you that feels like a bit of a record scratch because some kind of like there's something about this space of them saying like we're good. And I think it's interesting because it feels like the dream was a karmic dream in relationality to helping you acknowledge the fact that someone feels entirely confident that all it would take was for them to like come back towards you in some fashion and all doors would be open. You know what I mean? Like there's a little bit of this energy around something here. Like it's giving me a little bit of this energy of like we're good, right? Like I see somebody like coming to you in the dream space being like we're good, right? And I see you being like time is not a chalkboard erase moment, it's a bookmark. And I see you almost having to say to them, we're good, like we can be good, but you have to explain yourself. Like it's like I want to know what was happening in this dream space, because I can see the fact that something about the dream space is giving you an indication on the fact that someone feels absolutely confident that they're just waiting for they're riding the clock out on an apology that they owe you. Like that's all I keep on hearing. Like there's something about the space of them feeling like they're trying to ride the clock out in terms of having to apologize for something. And I feel like there's something about the dream space. I don't know if there was something about that that you were like, "What are you doing here?" And then being like, I'm allowed in here." And you being like, "No, you're not." Like I don't know, I see you being like, "Wait." Like I see like that's like someone saying like I see almost energy being like, "Oh, you're still going on about that?" And you being like, "Yeah, I'm going on about it because it was important." Like it's not can't be swept under the rug, you know? Um I keep on hearing you having to say to someone like, "I'm not a part," and that's what I meant about some kind of pretty privilege. I don't know why it feels like this energy like has a fan club. You have to say like, "I'm not a part of your fan club," right? It's like see, I see something here of you having to say to someone being like it's not like I just see you being like not throwing confetti because someone has decided to grace you with their presence. And I feel like there's like you're it's more like you being like I see you kind of looking at someone with their hands on their hips and having to say to them like explain yourself. And I feel like whatever happened in the dream space, it's talking about the fact like they're saying to me it's talking about the fact that like I see someone like I keep on hearing it. It's like it's saying to me that it's articulating upon the record scratch. And the record scratch is you kind of looking at someone and saying, "Yeah, that's not it's not going to work here. Like it's not. You're not gracing me. Like you're not. I keep on hearing you're not gracing me with your presence. If you disgrace me with your words, you're not. I keep on hearing that big time. Something about the dream saying you're not gracing me with your presence if you disgrace me with your words." Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like that's what I keep on seeing here. Like it feels like I see someone like, and that's the thing about it. Like I almost see the fact that I feel like there is something between you and another person where if they were able to acknowledge like something between you and them, there would be some kind of like it could allow for a lot of healing. But that's what I meant about you kind of potentially caring about someone, because like, and this is the thing about it, like when energy has been indulged by the fact that others feel like they're being graced with their presence, and when someone tells them like you can't act like that, then suddenly they feel like that's the person that's against them when this is the energy that cares about them. And I feel like there's something about this modality between you and them which is articulating the fact that you're potentially one of the first people in their life that you were like saying like I'm not like no, that's not okay, right? And it's like the difference between someone trying to indulge an ego versus someone that's trying to heal someone often is the moment of like what's painful about some kind of connection here is potentially something where you were trying to tell someone something like a hard truth that they didn't want to hear, and they ran away instead of energetically facing it. So I feel like there's something about the space of the dream that's, you know, I feel like there's something about them acknowledging that, something about them starting to recognize it. But, you know, like I keep on hearing processing, like someone's processing the fact that there's something about that. And I keep on hearing this isn't the first time it's happened. Is what I keep on seeing. Like it says to me, like the work is not like they're starting to get it. Like they're starting the gears are going like this. Like the gears wheels are turning. Just, it's like there's something about the dream that says to me, like, the gears are turning in some way, in them being like, wait, like, noticing a pattern in relationality to something that may be happening, in relationality to like like what another person tolerates versus like what another person, like, I keep on hearing something that you said to them felt very energetically familiar to another situation. But and I keep on seeing that there's something about that there that feels, you know what I mean? Like they're unpacking it is what I'm getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alex. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common that those that need these messages are here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Melly. Melly, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi there, Melly. Friends, we are also at 36.5K likes. When we get to a 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the live to be pushed out to those who have not received these messages before. So thank you so much for helping to share these messages. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Melly. Good to see you. Also a reminder, if you have information that you would like to share with me for the purpose of our reading, for instance, if you have a dream you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information upon, you can put the information in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber if you are a subscriber, then you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and post the information in the Discord, and I'll read it from there. All right. Hold on a minute. Tasha, happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, listed open during the full moon too. I see some kind of situation where it's like, it's not that difficult. You know, like, and that's the thing about it. I keep on hearing like this could have been a phone call. It's the articulation of a karmic situation where, like, I keep on seeing someone say like, don't make me say it, and being like, you have to say it, like you have to take acknowledgement of it, because that's the only way you can heal from something. Oh, hold on a minute. You and this group are the reason I'm starting to see the light and work on my past. I'm so happy to hear that, Marie. I'm so glad that these messages helped. And thank you for being a part of this collective. Bridget, dang, working getting in the way of my daily therapy. It's okay, Bridget. I mean, you'll know these are over on the place where we keep the videos too. Hi there, Tessa. How are you doing today? If you'd like to have a reading, all you need to do is head over to my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio and send a donation there, and you'll be added to the list. Hi there, Marie. I'm sad about what happened, but not too bad. Already had a feeling, not going to ignore anymore. Red flags in the future. Well, I need to point out, Marie, if there's something happening right now and you're disappointed instead of devastated, I want you to acknowledge that's something that you're already actively in the process of healing, right? So continue to work on that. Continue to focus on those manifestation goals. I'm excited for my future for sure. Tap to claim. Hi there, Alex. Oh my God. Ella, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Literally, thank you for confirmation, Alex. Bruh, that's so annoying. I feel like there's something like the energy's like, you know, and you being like, no. Hi there, channeling. Resonating. Thank you as well, Ava. I love that. Thank you. You're so welcome, Alex. Melly, what guidance do my ancestors and spirit guides have for me right now? Absolutely. And thank you for being a subscriber. You'll get 4 cards. Can I please get, and I think you said that you held your reading, so I'll be giving you 5 cards. 5 cards, please. Highest priority messages for Melly, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more, please. A lot of 8s. What do we got? You're doing great. You just got to stop being so hard on yourself. I know, like, the thing about it is, I just keep on seeing some kind of circumstance or situation where, and I see it like there's some kind of healing that you're doing. I keep on hearing everything for you is pivotal on the recognition of the difference between not over internalizing another person's criticism and recognizing what you are working to change within the self versus what you are trying to heal from. And I keep on hearing, like, pay very close attention to the life of someone giving you criticism. Because if you're building into some context of healing, if you know something is good for you, right? Like, I just keep on seeing something here where you're just following your bliss. And if you're not hurting anyone and you're working in the context of recognizing and identifying what feels like it's good for you and counterpart, because I also see the fact that there's healthy counterpart connection. If it's not immediately around you, I feel like you're swiftly approaching it. You know, I just see the fact there's someone around you that you're effectively healing from, that's trying to tell you that your priorities are out of whack. But often, and this is the thing about it, like, if someone is holding bitterness because they weren't able to do all the things that you do in some way, shape, or form, right? Like, I keep on hearing, like, and I feel like you're healing them in the same way because you're articulating and saying, you know, um, you know, this is why we have to heal from people pleasing. Like, this is what we have, like, the journey of finding oneself is often articulated with energy that is constantly saying you're going the wrong way, right? Like, the song you will hear as you're finding yourself is you're going the wrong way, because that ability of working in the context of recognizing and identifying that your job, like what you do, should not, like, I keep on hearing, like, that space of trying to build something for yourself requires you not to be available for everything and to everyone, right? Like, I just keep on hearing, like, I think that a lot of the work that you're doing right now is understanding that you can learn a lot from someone in relationality to how they navigate their disappointment. And as long as I keep on hearing, as long as you're honoring your commitments, right? Like, as long as you're honoring your commitments to yourself, and as long as you're honoring your commitments to the energy that you've committed your time and effort to, you know, it's almost like that space of having to understand that you're, like, like, that space of navigating others' demands is the difference of understanding that it's not rude to say no to things. It's not rude to have to, take some time for yourself. And that the energy that's for you is never going to take that personally, so long as you're staying energetically consistent in relationality to that vibration, right? I keep on hearing the thing that you need to avoid right now is fickleness, which is going back and forth upon decisions, because remembering that honoring the emotions doesn't mean that you just do what the emotions dictate from one moment to the next. It's understanding that energetic commitment is the commitment, the commitment that we make to one another is the stability that we create in being able to articulate the space of doing something, like by prioritizing the energetic connection that we hold firm on. And that's what I meant about having to heal from others' opinions or others' thoughts. Because, you know, energy will often, when we're working towards the space of honoring our commitments and following our direction, we take others' opinions with a grain of salt, because and we look towards where they are and ask ourselves, is that where I want to be? Right? Because if someone has an opinion upon how they see us, but then we look to them and say, well, they're not where I am, they're not where I want to be, then they might be giving us directions towards where they want to go, or what they feel is best for us, but not what is energetically best for ourselves. So I feel like a lot of the work that you're doing right now is learning to heal from disappointing others in the path work of being able to recognize and identify and find yourself. And I keep on hearing that a lot of that work is building upon what it is that you're prioritizing. And when we're prioritizing things, we're not afraid of disappointing others in the process, because again, healthy partnership or healthy relationships never see our no and say, how dare you? They appreciate and recognize the fact that when we're building into reliability, that is the articulation point that everything is possible in the pathwork of time and prioritization. And a no now might be a not yet. So that's why I keep on seeing, like, just don't. I feel like there's a lot of opportunity. I'm saying this because I just see that there's some kind of energy of abundance that's coming towards you right now. And when we're going through a lot of abundance or a lot of opportunities, um, don't don't start being overly reactive in feeling like you need to chase after things, but just work in the context of recognizing and identifying like what it is that you're creating and being patient throughout it. Because if you're having that moment where you feel like multiple opportunities are having like coming towards you at once, or you feel like there's a lot of near misses right now, understand that doesn't mean that you're going in the wrong direction. It means that you're moving in the right direction and working through some of that frustration, like staying steady and reliable through that is where I keep on hearing the breakthrough is going to be. Bottom of the deck, yeah, particularly and especially with the two of like the two of pentacles in its reversal. You know, don't worry too much. Don't worry too much about making the right choice. The right choice is the choice that feels right for you, right? Is what I keep on seeing. And don't worry so much about building into some kind of context. Like make sure that you're not I keep on hearing, like the one thing that I keep on seeing is make sure that you're not going back and forth on decisions or creating a little bit of uncertainty. Like if something is happening in a moment that you feel like you have to amplify a choice, just feel strong in that choice and articulate to another and say, like, look, I can't do that now, but I can do it here, right? Because that ability of understanding, finding a sweet spot for yourself right now, like it's I keep on hearing it's not being so hard on yourself. And I keep on hearing if there's energy around you that can't understand that you've got a lot on your plate, and they're going to take that personally, like that in itself is the note. Like that is the thing to observe, because it's the difference between energy that is demanding of your time versus energy that is appreciative of it. And I keep on hearing that that is the difference of doing all you can versus someone that demands more. Thank you so much for having that. And this is saying to me, like, I feel like this is healing from someone in the past that kind of put you in a space that everything you're doing wasn't good enough, right? Or constantly trying to pick you apart in some way. Imagine that you're energetically perfect right now. And if you're not, right, if you don't feel that, then say to yourself, like, what am I working on improving on? Don't let another person's critique of you affect you, because remember, they're really like, they're critiquing themselves through you, is what I'm getting. Don't let it change you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Melly. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to secure one of those 2 spots, just go ahead and send the donation. It'll be added to the list. Next person on the list for today is Hillary. Hillary, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if you're joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Hi there, Tina. To get a reading, all you need to do, dear, is head over to my profile and go to the tree that has links in it and send the donation, and you'll be added to the list for today. Also, if you become a member on the place where we keep the videos, when we get to 1 card readings for subscribers, you will also be able to receive a card. The next person up, hi there, dear. Absolutely, General, got it. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 42K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this app to push this reading out to those who have not received it before. Hi there, T-Man. And lovely Cappy, thank you for sharing the live. Grateful, thank you for the follow as well. Melly, I'm going back and forth with my emotions over something, yet trying to feel it and honor it, definitely. Thank you. That's the choice that I'm seeing. And that's what I keep on hearing, like, understand and recognize what feels like it's energetically right for you. And explain it to yourself. Like, let that explanation be what empowers you forward. And Ramon, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Borza. Welcome. Excellent. Melly, yes, let me lock in on myself. Honor the moment I feel this. Thank you for the help, Fig. And Borza, thank you for the follow. Let them let me. I like that. Yes, that is very much like, and that's what I keep on seeing, like the difference between the energy is that is appreciative versus something that feels like they're demanding. I had to leave that, and now on this path, thank you again. I'm very glad to hear that. And thank you again for having that reading, Melly, and thank you for being a subscriber. All right, we got 3 cards coming through right now. 3 cards for Hillary. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. And thank you, Mengyan, for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, feel free to correct me. The energy that hurt you is not the energy that's going to heal you. The energy that hurt you is not the energy that's going to heal you. I know this is difficult. And because I can see it. I can see someone with a great deal of emotions towards you. But I got to tell you, and this is why we work on healing. Because when we're not healed and we got a lot of emotions for someone, our love does not feel like love. When we have not done the work on the self and we've got a lot of like emotions for another person, this is And I keep on hearing, you can accept an apology at a distance. I know how difficult it can be. I know how painful it can be because someone can be in complete authenticity as to the fact that they want to heal something with us. Someone can be in complete authenticity about the fact that they energetically miss us in some way. But there's a lot of, this is some heavy energy around some situation here. Some things, and this is why we talk about the fact that when we say some things you don't come back from, um, the reason we don't say that from a place of anger. We say that from a place of sadness, because sometimes those moments that we say, there are some moments we don't come back from. It's the energy that says, I can't feel safe with you because you've shown me what occurs when you have a lot of emotionality upon something. It's not about it's not about the force of desiring to resolve something. It's about recognizing and doing the work of the self that is required. And I feel like there's something about this that I'm not sure who this person is, but there's a lot of volatility here. And sometimes I see something like this and I know it's like it's a roller coaster ride. It's hard to heal from it because something that is good but inconsistent is worse than something that is almost bad all the time because you're afraid to move away from it because you're afraid of energetically missing it. But the love we give each other is consistency. The love we create for each other is not articulated upon, you know, feeling having to apologize constantly for allowing ourselves to get carried away. The love that we give each other is amplified by saying, I'm never going to make you have to go through that again. And I'm taking these steps to ensure that that doesn't occur. And the reason I see this is because I just see some kind of energetic force that you know, like, it's giving me a lot of start and stop. It's giving a lot of like feast or famine. It's giving a lot of you know, it's giving me a lot of some kind of energy of like, I can't live without you. I never want to see you again. Right? Um, like that level of emotionality, it's not your responsibility to help someone heal that. They can't, they need to heal that within themselves because I see someone around you who, cares about you tremendously. But if their care does not feel like care, if this is coming through in some way, shape, or form that, you know, someone is constantly apologizing or trying to use the fact that they care about you as an excuse for doing something completely unacceptable, that's not your responsibility to um, to have to experience. And so I just keep on hearing, I don't want you to feel bad if you have to put distance and closure around something. And also, I'm also hearing, remember, if this is some kind of situation where someone's trying to come towards you and tell you that they want to have a conversation for closure, conversations never bring closure. There's never been a single conversation that has brought closure. Closure conversations are usually another person desiring to open things again. When an energy says, I just think it'd be good, I think it would be good for us to have closure, understand That is not someone who wants closure. That is someone who's hoping that by coming back together with you, something can start again. You get to decide what closure feels like. You get to decide, because I just see someone that knows, like 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 I keep on hearing someone say, like, they know the undeniability of what you carry between each other, but it's not about feelings. Love is not about recognizing the force of emotions we feel towards one another. It's recognizing the work that we're going to do to try to stabilize the love, right? Emotions are emotions. Love is the force that stabilizes. And if someone isn't in a space that they can find that stability, make sure that they're not bringing their instability towards you. Because everything I keep on seeing about some kind of volatile situation, I can already see it, like feeling some kind of need of having to save someone from themselves. We do not, our responsibility is not to save each other from ourselves. We save ourselves for one another. I want you to write that down somewhere. Our responsibility is not feeling the need to have to save each other for ourselves. We don't hold ourselves hostage and say, if you don't come back, then I'm going to blah, 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 or this. We save ourselves for each other, not the other way around. Bottom of the deck. I keep on hearing, you can love someone at a distance. You don't have to let go of the love that you feel for someone. You can say, I care about someone tremendously, but I got to keep proximity from them, right? And if all you're articulating, if you're articulating some space where you're saying to another person, like, look, if the day ever comes that you're willing to do that work, if the day ever comes where you're willing to get help with something, I'll be with you every step of the way. Understand, I keep on hearing there's something really important between understanding the difference between an ultimatum and a boundary. What is the difference between an ultimatum and a boundary? Okay. An ultimatum is about control. An ultimatum is someone that says, do this because I want you to. And I don't need to explain why. Just do it or else. That is an ultimatum. A boundary is something that we create from a place of love. It is saying, you can approach me, you can come towards me, but you have to take your shoes off. You have to wipe your feet at the door. You have to do these things. And that is not to say that we don't, and the way we can tell the difference between an ultimatum and a boundary is an ultimatum when you say why, someone says, because I said so. That's the ego. A boundary, a standard, is saying, there is nothing stopping you from coming towards me so long as you are showing the fact that you have reverence and safety and an energetic connection. So long as you are showing the fact that you understand that this is something that I'm asking. And sometimes we even say, I'm saying this for you as well. Like, especially in the space of saying, I feel like this would help you. I feel like, because I see something here that you're almost saying to someone, like, I want to help you. But if this is the energy says, if you can't help yourself, I can't help you. Remember, that's not an ultimatum. That is a boundary. You're giving someone every indication that they can come towards you, but they have to show the fact that they're willing to do the work. And don't let someone confuse you in terms of saying to them that you're doing something that you feel is protective of the self, and they're trying to tell you that it's an ultimatum. It's not an ultimatum if it protects you in the process. It's not an ultimatum if you need it to feel safe. That's a boundary. That's not an ultimatum. And you can say to someone like, look, I care about you, but I can't be close to you because you're not safe to do so. And if you do these things, you can be safe. Recognize that is the articulation of a boundary. Don't, and I keep on hearing here too, don't match another person's energy, right? I keep on hearing no emotional pleas here, because an emotional plea is not an apology. Someone saying that they miss you isn't someone saying that they're willing to do the work. Make sure that someone is articulating, if they're trying to communicate with you, what it is that they're working to change. And I keep on hearing that change is not conditional as to whether you accept it. They don't say, I'll do this, but only if. When someone knows that they need to do something for themselves, they do it for themselves. They don't do it for you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. I can see it. I can see it, Hillary. And I got to tell you again, we support each other by trying to make that ride easier, not harder. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Make sure someone's not triggering you, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you again. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots available for today before the list will be closed. And I keep on hearing too, Hillary, it's not your fault that someone is in that space. You can't control, if you do not have the power to go into another person and change their feelings about you, those feelings are not your responsibility. The only feeling you have the responsibility for is clarifying confusion. Don't let someone come into a space of, I keep wondering, don't let someone twist it. Next person on the list right now is Kamoy. Kamoy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I said, if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. We're also at 48.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And then we'll have that giveaway. I've got you, Kamoy. Happy to do a general, and thank you for being a subscriber. You'll get 4 cards. Just reading over some of the comments came through as I was reading. Thanks for the help, Figs. And Men, thank you for the follow. Apologies without change are nothing but silent consent if you keep accepting them. Tap to claim, Figs. Tap to claim. I felt that preach. Thank you as well, 810. It's the truth. Thank you, Figs. Sending you love and light. Thank you for supporting each other. Resonates with me too. Thank you. It's been a ride, I can tell. Thank you as well, CP. I've long since left, but it never truly leaves you. It never does. Sending you support, Fig. You're so welcome, CP. You're so welcome, Mother. All right, we're doing a general for Kamoy, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Are you planning on moving? This feels like a lot of this is like a lot of moving. Time, like it's saying to me, it feels. Where are your cancer placements? I think you're ready to do something different here. This is like, I want to know where your cancer placements are, because sometimes I have readings like this with cancer placements. When the desire, when the pain of staying the same outweighs the pain of changing, then we change. Is what I'm getting. When the pain of staying the same outweighs the pain of changing, then we change. Like I see that I need to stress. Like I feel like it's time for some kind of change. Is what I'm getting. But I also feel like you're ready for it. You know, I'm seeing the fact. Like it's feeling a lot like, it's interesting because the Fool card's not out, but it's feeling a lot like Fool energy. You know, like you're ready to take some kind of leap here. But I gotta stress this, like the reason I'm getting this message is if you're feeling that inclination, I just keep on seeing, and I want to know where your cancer placements are, because I keep on seeing like you don't run towards change. Like this is not, this is like, this is, I feel like I see, like it's either, it could also be some Taurus placements, because this could also be like, give me like Taurus or Cancer placements, because it's the same with Taurus and Cancer, man. It's like, you got to like make yourself uncomfortable to finally to finally do something. It's like it's getting hot in here. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, um, thank you for confirming. Like it's like it's a lot of that, but I have to stress this. Like it's saying to me that this is some kind of circumstance or situation where you can start to take some steps to move outside your comfort zone, you know? And it's and I want to say like it doesn't feel to me like this is like something that is abrupt. Like I don't see something here that is energetically life changing. But I almost am getting, I feel like you probably have noticed this. Like I can see you subtly shifting in some way in preparation for a big move. And, I keep on seeing like it's giving me the recognition. And I want to kind of say, like, think about this time right now as preparation for a shift, which says, I feel like this is a time where I see you. I keep on hearing, like, I feel like I keep on seeing, like, you getting lighter in some way, which means, like, unburdening yourself of anything that feels like it's just no longer necessary. And, I think that there's something nice about this too, because I almost see some kind of blockage in the past where you were, and I don't want you to get upset about this because I see some kind of situation where you were articulating a point of dissatisfaction, um, by trying to fill a void. And I kind of see the fact that something about this feeling, like something about this ability to feel lighter on your feet or to feel more portable. You know what I mean? Like I feel like a lot of it is almost articulating about the space that you're coming into a point of prioritization where you're not holding on to things as tightly and potentially even material things. Because I just keep on seeing some kind of situation where like I see like looking at something being like, I don't know why I held on to this for so long. And they're saying that even that, if you've been feeling some of that energy, it's showing the fact that you're moving more into your pathwork of purpose because you're not looking outside of the self for fulfillment. You're looking more for from within. So I just want you to be mindful of that because I feel like a lot of that work that we're identifying and recognizing here has to do with the fact that I see you like navigating through some kind of dissatisfaction with a sense of purpose. And I almost feel like the beauty about it is I see you kind of moving into some kind of pathwork of exploration. But the pathwork of exploration I'm seeing has to do with finding a purpose, um, like working in accordance to it. And I would be curious, like I see energy like this, and I almost be curious when your last Saturn return was, because it says to me, I almost see something that you're starting to lose interest in something, but the lack of interest is actually the fact that you've you've accomplished something here. Like you're ready to move forward. Um, I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, the one thing I want to say is I don't want you like if you have an inclination right now, I want you to hold on to the inclination for a moment because I've got a little bit of this start stop feeling around you right now, which is working through some kind of frustration of being sick of something or working through some kind of frustration where you're about to give up on something, I want you to, like, if you're feeling like that need to lash out right now, I want you to lock in. I don't want you to get frustrated with yourself. And I don't want you to get frustrated with the fact that you aren't seeing progress in something that you're working on. And in fact, like, I want you, if you're feeling like that right now, I want you to like recalibrate by writing down how far you've come in like the last year, or how far you've come in like the last 3 months or so. Because I keep on hearing there's something really important about you charting your progress right now. Not not feeling the weight of everything that you're trying to do, but instead appreciating how far you've come. Because there's something about that work, right? Remember, it's not about giant leaps. It's about baby steps. It's not about a massive change. It's about holding like small changes that are energetically consistent. Because I keep on getting it has something to do with your placement. So like recognizing the difference between the big change that's a shock to the system versus something that we shift into incrementally. And they're showing me like the space of like thinking about a goldfish, right? Like when you have a goldfish and you have to like change aquariums, you don't just dump the aquarium into the fish. You don't just do it because it's too much of a shock. You do it carefully. You do it slowly, right? So if you're doing this, don't remember, I want your manifestation right now is I'm exactly where I need to be, right? You haven't missed anything. You're in the like if you're feeling that anxiety about the fact that you feel like I keep on hearing you're never too late for your experience. If you're feeling any kind of regret in that way, remember, like let that empower you forward with conviction. What's ahead of you isn't behind you. It's before you. So just be conscientious. And I want you, like, again, charting, like, you start to feel like hopeless, I want you to start reorienting by charting your progress in the direction that you're trying to go into. Because I keep on hearing, like, you're kind of at a midpoint where there may be feeling like there's a little bit of the stagnancy of you wanting to give up on something, but that consistent effort is going to pay off in big ways. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And Kimoy, if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 spots left for today, 2 spots left. Next person on the list for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we have got to our 50K. Actually, Kath, don't post yet because we're going to do the giveaway and gift a reading. So hold your question for a moment, Kath, and I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. You're so welcome, dear. And again, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed today. All right, thank you so much. Just bear with me a moment. Thank you. And thank you guys for helping us get to the 50K milestone. You're so welcome, CP. Thank you as well, Fig. I'm excited you found me too, Carla. Welcome. Hi there, Alice. We're doing personal readings right now. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation payment and you can secure one of the last 2 spots today. Definitely ready for change for my current job to start my own business. And that's why I keep on saying no sudden frustration moments. Start navigating that shift. Little like build into the progress point, right? Like I keep on seeing like this is the start of something. I don't have any Cancer placements, but my moon's in Taurus. That's what I keep on seeing. It's like the stepping out of the comfort zone. User 351, I'd like you to take a look at Matthew 6-19. I'm sorry that you're taking those messages and you're using them to feel righteous. I hope you find healing and I hope you're able to heal from the fear that's in your heart. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. You're so welcome, Per. Thank you as well, Rashawn. Olga, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Rashawn. If you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to read for you. We've got 2 spots left today. Thank you as well, Grateful. Happy to read for you, Kelly. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Bridget, that's me. I have to do it slowly. Taurus, exactly. Exactly. Also, my Aries is like, nah, just jump all in. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem when you got Taurus and Aries, because Taurus is like, and Aries is like, Kim, thank you. Sometimes I feel like I'm behind, but yes, I'm exactly where I need to be. I want you charting your progress right now. It's going to take time. But again, that's why I keep on hearing the way to build into consistent change is a plan. It doesn't have to be overnight. It's just working towards the plan. Thank you as well, Kath. You're so welcome, Kamoy. Thank you for having that reading with me. Lisa, you are the eighth person on the list. Well, no. One, two, one. You got one, two, three, four. Fifth person up. All right. Hi there, Kath. Tracy, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to be on the list. We've got 2 spots left for today. If you'd like to secure one, all you need to do is send the donation payment. Who are you? Tend to listen to Aries or Taurus. Marina, how do I make a donation payment? All you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio, and you'll be added to the list. And my friends, we are going to do the 50K giveaway right now. Thank you guys for helping us get to 50K. So, and also just a reminder to anyone who's joining us across the other apps, if you would like to secure a spot on the list today, you can also do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. I am going to think of a number right now between I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 55. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys post them. Nope. 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 Oh, Jacques! Congratulations! You won the 50K. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much for participating, and keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this app to push this reading out to those who have not received these messages before. So thank you so much and for doing so, and I appreciate you. All right, we're now reading for Kath. Kath, would you like a general reading, or if you have a specific, yep, you got it, dear. Would you like a specific, do you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Or are we just doing a general? Just let me know. And also just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is important for our reading, for instance, if we're doing a dream interpretation, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord in the appropriate channels. Oh, all right. I got you, Kath. Yes, the list. Jacques, yep, you're gonna have a reading today. Yeah. We've got you just won the spot. So we can have you. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You will be the 5th person read for today. And we've got 2 more spots available if anyone else would like to get on the list. All right. Highest priority. Why my grandma visited me in my dream. I got you. All right. And can I please have 4 cards? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Thank you for being a subscriber, dear. I'll get 4 cards. I mean, it's interesting because I keep on getting the message that there was something about the dream what they were trying to tell you, that you're spiritually protected in some way, shape, or form. You know? It's also interesting because it has to do with a karmic situation. I don't know if there was something about the dream space of someone talking to you about someone or something, but it feels like, I feel like it's almost the energy of someone being like, I couldn't be clearer that things stopped messing with you. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me, like, it's giving me a little bit of energy being like, don't worry your pretty head about that. I'm taking care of it. And they're like, and it's also a message of saying, don't entertain someone that doesn't honor you, because it's giving me a little bit of this energy here too that feels like help me help you is what I'm getting. It's giving me a little bit of this energy of saying, "Help me, help you," because it's I feel like it's probably a precursor to someone trying to come back to you, or someone trying to enter your life, coming back into your life that they don't really want in your life, is what I'm getting. Like, I just keep on hearing the message that someone, like, the energy that caused chaos in your life is not the energy that can restore something. It's giving me a lot. It's like it's not your job. I keep on hearing it's not your job to fix them. You are not. I keep on hearing you're not a hospital, you know? And that's the thing about it. It feels like someone who feels very much, and it's interesting because I keep on hearing them say, you're a healer, but it's not your job to heal everyone. Because if someone is not in the space that they're willing to do the work, it's not your responsibility to constantly fix everything. It feels like someone who sees you as their their like their oasis, or like that space of effectively feeling like you are the panacea for them. Um, you know, and I keep on hearing energy that cares about you doesn't just come towards you when they're feeling low. They stay with you when they're feeling positive as well, is what I keep on seeing. And I'm seeing this some like I'm seeing some kind of path work here that says, like, that's the problem. Like, I see some energy that says you're always there, and being like, yeah, but you're not, right? Like, your door cannot is your door. I keep wondering, your door is not a revolving door. It's not requiring energy that has already shown you. Like, I feel like there's some kind of path work here, and they're kind of like, I feel like they're kind of disgusted because I keep on hearing them say they had their opportunity to heal with you. They had that opportunity to heal. And I keep on hearing they had it twice, because it almost saying to me, I don't know who this is. It feels like you gave someone the benefit of the doubt, like somebody who hurt you, and then you gave them the benefit of the doubt, and then they hurt you again. And they're saying, like, they're going like this. They're going, that's not energy that's hurt you twice. Like, the first time, I keep wondering, the first time is a lesson, the second time is a habit. The first time is a lesson, the second time is a habit. So don't let this energy feel like they're like you're always there for them, because I just keep on hearing it's like somebody left some situation feeling sure that you would be, and I keep on seeing there's something about them coming towards you that's going to be a bit of a rude awakening, right? Like, it says to me like there's some kind of energy that feels very confident that they can come back towards you and just say the right thing, and all doors are going to be open to them. And that's why I feel like there's something about the energy of your grandmother coming through, because I just keep on seeing I can't be I feel like they've been saying to them, I can't be clearer about the fact that they've been trying to work to keep that energy away from you on the side of spirit. Like, I feel like they've been working a lot in terms of building some kind of pathwork of spiritual protection around you, and saying, like, recognize, like, the energy that is, I keep on hearing the energy that's hurt you twice. It's not three times the charm. Like, I keep on hearing three times. I keep on hearing first time. Oh wow, they're saying three times a vice, which is saying first time, like first time they have the opportunity of allowing it to be a lesson. Second time they have the opportunity, it becomes a habit. Third time's a vice, which is why I keep on hearing them say, don't let someone, like, feel like they can just come in and out of your life when they're feeling low, and depart when they feel energetically recharged. You're not. Like I keep on like there, and I keep on saying, and it's also interesting because I feel like the dream itself was them telling you you have nothing to fear, so long as so long as you don't so long as you don't welcome, like it's interesting because they're saying you have nothing to fear so long as you don't welcome the fear and through the like so long as you don't welcome the fear in that I've been trying to protect you from is what I'm getting. You know, like, don't I keep on hearing like don't let don't let them pull you back into something that you've been recovering from. And I feel like the dream itself was something about showing you how far you've come, and also kind of telling you, like, just giving you a heads up and saying, like, you might have to push back against that again if someone tries to come towards you. um and bottom of the deck on this, yeah, like, I'll never understand energy like this. um it's giving me, like, it feels to me like someone that feels like, ugh, I don't even know why this is. Like, I see almost some situation where someone feels like you guys are destined, like energy that feels like you're destined to be together, even though they've done nothing to warrant being in proximity to you, is what I'm getting. Like almost someone who's like, it's giving me like the type of energy of like someone who like sitting outside your door with a boombox kind of thing. Like someone who, um, like I literally keep on hearing someone being like, "Don't let them in." Like, don't let them in. Like they get to sing outside now, is what I keep on hearing. Like they can, like it's a lot of that, because it's saying to me, it's like I see someone that was like trying to stand by you to help you drown out the noise of someone like trying like I keep on hearing the noise is like a nuisance. They're saying the noise, they're saying, don't, it's not romantic. I keep on hearing someone like, it's like I see somebody saying, like, sitting with you, and like somebody's like playing a boombox outside and saying that's not romantic, that's a noise complaint. Is what I keep on hearing them say, is what I'm getting them say. They're saying that's not romantic, that's a noise complaint, you should call someone about that. Like the person with the boombox. they're going they're going, you got to call, that's a noise complaint, you got to call somebody about that, that is not romantic, don't listen to it. um but I have to stress, I just want to show you these cards so you can see the message, which is saying, like, look, like, like they've got your back in spirit, is what I'm seeing. And they're saying, like, help me help you, is what I'm getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 more spots today before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. You can find the full list of things that we read for over on my tree that has binks in it in my Lio. We do angelic readings here. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do dream interpretations. We do past life readings. We do pet readings. We do spirit animal guide readings. We do love readings. The full list is on my is up on the place where we keep on my tree that has binks in it in my Lio. Marina, thank you so much for getting on the list. We've got 1 more spot today before the list is closed. If you'd like to secure that spot, please send your donation sooner rather than later, and then the list will be closed today. Once the list is closed, we will also be moving to 1 card readings for subscribers. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, 1 moment, please. Okay, there we go. And also, friends, we are at 60.9K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. You're so welcome, Jacques. Congratulations on winning that reading. It felt like it was a warning. Thank you for confirmation. I mean, it says to me the dream was like solidarity and a heads up, right? Almost like in the space of like not trying to alarm you, but just saying like be on the lookout. You know what I mean? Oh, I feel like she's always looking after me. Yeah. I mean, I keep on seeing like they're like they think you're an energetic gift. They're like nobody should be near you that doesn't take you as the gift that you are. Yep, it feels like it was a warning for me. Thank you for confirmation. Brittany, thank you for the follow. Yeah, ancestor said no. Yeah, they're like you're cut off. I keep on hearing I feel like they're sad about it. Like like someone had an opportunity. I keep on hearing someone had like the opportunity of a lifetime to heal with you. And it does feel like I see something where someone's saying they blew it. You know, like I keep on hearing they blew it big time. Yes, there's someone from the past who tried to reconnect. Thank you for confirmation, Kath. Yep, I knew it. Hi there, Mohammed. How are you doing today? Saying you ain't super sick. I guess that's one way of saying it. Yes. Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I had a friend tell me that one time. I won't ever forget it. It's pretty amazing. And it came after my mom told me I wasn't Florence Nightingale. Exactly. Exactly. Beautifully said. Yeah, it isn't. I mean, I need to point this out. It's not like I see someone who's like, you know, like you're the key to my salvation. Be like, no, you're like, "Meh. No, you're the you got to do like no, you got to clean up your act. Yeah, it isn't a revolving door. It's already closed and locked. Tap to claim. I am Carolyn. Thank you thank you for the follow, and Madam, thank you for the follow as well. Doors are already locked for them. Tap to claim. Depends on the day. Very Gemini of you. Hi there. Yes, Marina. And thank you for getting on the list, dear. You're welcome. Kat, that's why in the dream she sat beside me while a neighbor was asking for help to look after their kid. It's clear now. Thank you so much, Sin. Oh my goodness. So there was something about outside happening there. Yeah, and that's the thing about it, like the watching after the kid. Okay, thank you for confirmation, Kath. You're so welcome. I'm playing a boombox. Yep. You're so welcome, Kath. And Captain, thank you for the follow. Maybe think of the movie Friday. I haven't seen that movie. All right. I related to this so much. My ex made a playlist recently and wanted me to listen to it. Like, baby. Like, baby, I'm gone. Oh, man. Sending you so much support, Lisa. I'm thinking of a movie too, unsure of the title. Oh, we're doing a dream interpretation. Excellent. All right. We're outside tea. Okay. Key to salvation. Yeah, the boombox over the head is a choice. Well, I need to point this out. It's like, you know, it's like the boombox over the head is like, well, what if instead of doing work, I just did an emotional plea? Like, all right. Hold on a minute. I'm pulling up the dream that we'll be interpreting, and it is outside tea. Just a reminder, if you're on the list and you have a dream that you would like interpreted, all you need to do is send it over either in the notes when you send the donation or post it. If you are a subscriber, you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel. All right, we're going to dream interpretations. Hold on a minute. Where is it? Come on. Dream interpretations. Per, did you put it in the channel for dream interpretations? Can you confirm? Oh, it's in the donation. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. I got confused. One moment, please. Please hold. Also, just a reminder, friends, we've got one more spot today. If you would like to secure that spot on the list, you can do so, and you will have the final spot for today. All right. And we are reading right now. Hold on a minute. I'm just looking. 1 second. Oh, okay. I think I might be looking in the wrong place. Can you put the initial of the place where you sent the donation, not the full name of the place, just the initial per? Please hold. Oh, okay. Okay, one more sec. Do 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 do. Boop, 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 boop. And here we go. Where the heck is it? When did you send it, dear? I'm just looking. Hold on a minute, guys. Mercury's in Taurus. Mercury is in Taurus. You just gotta give it a minute. All right. Oh, there it is. Okay, I see it now. User error. Okay, we are doing a dream interpretation right now. And just a reminder, we've got one more spot today. If you'd like to secure that spot, you will be the list will then be closed. Okay, here we go. Yep, I got you, dear. Okay, dream interpretation. I've had several interesting dreams the last week and chose the following dream to start with. My dream from a week ago was about fully reading a conversation about me in a chat. No adventures, only reading the chat on my phone. Several individuals in this chat were evaluating a couple of other individuals. I wasn't the only one, and commenting on it. I haven't seen the reviews on others, only usernames. My evaluation was on the subject of playing. I have commented a couple of times to explain myself further. I don't remember precisely the text of my explanations or comments. Only the subject, playing, number 7 and 700 were very significant. Okay, 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages. So one of the things that we talk about when it comes to dreams is working through, and we've talked about this specifically before as it relates to interpreting some of your dreams. And what's very interesting that seems to be a common theme in a lot of your dreams is there's a lot of written messages that we keep identifying. This is not the first time you have had a dream where there's been the act of reading. And when we identify the ability to read in the dream space, it is incredibly important, because the truth of the matter is you shouldn't be able to read in the dream space. You shouldn't be able to see numbers. You shouldn't be able to see letters. So when you can actually recall dreaming something and you're reading it, it's a good indication that something of a higher level is occurring in the space of the dream. And I feel like one of the things that we're identifying that's happening a lot in the landscape or the architecture of your dream space keeps on being in the space of you being able to be privy to knowledge or seeing something that it feels like much more like, and I keep on hearing it's feeling very Akashic in here, is what I keep on getting in a lot of these dreams, because it's showing you more the nature of karmic relationships, but not in the space of the energetic emotionality that it feels to embody those moments, but what the energetic lessons are in relationality to going through a lot of those relationships. And it's interesting because when we talk about Akashic, it also feels angelic because it's not working through the messiness of the emotions. It's getting down to the hard numbers of what it, like the hard angles, if you will, of what it means in terms of what it is that you're working on and what you've energetically accomplished. So the dream, again, is similar to some of the dreams that we've seen that you've been having, to show you the fact that you've had a lot of incredible progress, particularly as it relates to something related to the work that you are intending to do while on this terrestrial plane. Now, the observation of the fact that it's in the chat is speaking towards, and I think it's really interesting because when you were talking about the individuals in the chat evaluating other individuals, we've seen this theme in your dream space before. We specifically had a dream where someone was trying to show you a contract to show you like what the point of view was, or the significant space of interest, how far you've come. We've seen this in the space of understanding that to a certain degree, it's almost like you're getting these like moments where you're seeing the conversations that are happening between guides, right? Because I like the fact that with a lot of these conversations, you keep feeling like you're not supposed to be there. Like I feel like every time I see you in this space, you're like, am I supposed to be in this chat? Am I supposed to be seeing this? Because it feels to me like there's something about that ability for you to be able to observe that is almost like a gift to you, because they're trying to show you how far you've come. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that I see that I think a lot of this work that you're doing right now, and I would be very conscientious if you were very concerned with helping others heal prior to this time, or if you were accommodating a lot of energy that felt like they were playing games with you, or more invested with like the oppositional back and forth, like the ping pong energy that we often have in feeling like we need to negotiate with another person in relationality to what our manifestation goals are with them. And I feel like the overarching message that's coming through in a lot of the dreams is that you've overcome a karmic hurdle because your manifestations are no longer up for negotiation. And when we start navigating from the space that we don't feel like we need to convince another person that they want to be in our life, when we don't feel like that need of having to play that like ridiculous game of back and forth and trying to extol the virtues of coming into connection, right? When we're just in that space of saying to another person, you either want what I want or you don't. And if you don't, it's fine, but I gotta go. Like they're saying to me, like that has a little bit to do with that space of evaluation, because it's the observation that you're navigating whether someone is playing, or the identification of playing, which is not necessarily someone that is invested in having the same manifestation goals as you, but is more just in that space of like not being mindful, not being considerate, just the man, like there is some energy that just wants to play. Like that's the manifestation goal. And it's the observation of the fact that there's some energy that the manifestation is simply to be able to play, that they're saying to me is the energetic breakthrough in the dream, because you're observing the fact that the energy of the guides is observing, right? Not judging whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but just evaluating whether someone was playing or not. This is talking towards the fact that you have also recognized that some energy is in that modality, that is their prioritization point. And often when someone's in the modality where they just want to play, it can often feel, if we're on the journey of trying to manage our manifestations, that they're wasting our time, because that isn't the fact that they're trying to move against us. That's just their manifestation goal. But often energy isn't inclined to say, well, my manifestation is just to play, if they're not in a healthy space with themselves, which can often have to deal with someone being reluctant to articulate what it is that they want for themselves, or creating confusion in our karmic relationships. So they're saying even now, the fact that you have now managed to come into that space that you can see that is you being able to focus on your higher purpose. But often, focusing on our higher purpose, the song you will hear when you're focusing on your higher purpose is, I don't have time for that. Okay. Like the song that you'll hear when you're moving towards your higher purpose is, I don't have time for that. Because it's the observation of the fact that you see someone, like now, instead of being invested in terms of seeing someone playing and trying to get them into the space of getting them on board with what you want, you just kind of being like, no, that's what they want, let them have it, God bless them, right? Like that moment is the amplification of the fact that you saw that the precise numbers that you saw that were being identified were the numbers 7 and 700 that were significant. Now I need to stress this: 7 is a divine number. It's connecting with the space of divinity. It's connecting with the space of a manifestation goal. So the connection point in relation to the fact that you saw 7 and 700 has to do with understanding that everyone has a different perception of what perfection is. And for some, and this is why if someone figures that perfection, their perfection is playing, right? That modality, the problem with someone that desires playing is that they're never going to say, I like to play. They're just going to play with you, right? Like they're just going to play with you, and you're going to be confused, and you're going to be like, what are you doing? And they're going to be like, nothing, but they're really going, yes, right? Because they like the game, right? They're in that space where they like the volatility. They like the nonsense. They like the drama, if you will. And that's not the first time we've seen that you're working through like some karmic energy that's really really invested in the charade of volatility that can often be articulated in drama. But this is why when we feel like we've got a pathwork of purpose, we typically start to say we don't have time for drama because it feels absurd. It feels weird. It feels unnecessary. It's not something that feels like it doesn't feel like it's amusing. It feels exhausting. And then you also potentially feel angry because it feels like you're wasting it. It's like all the time that someone's enjoying the game of drama. If you're not invested in that game, it doesn't feel delightful. It feels like frustrating because it feels like time wasted. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about this, like this is a dream to help you recognize and understand the architecture, just how significant this shift is, because they're saying that it took a long time for you to have this shift. And I want to stress from some of the cards that I'm seeing here, this might be some work that you've been working on across lifetimes. Like this is what I keep on seeing about something about this dream. This is like a big breakthrough, because they're saying that not only is it a breakthrough in this lifetime, but this is a breakthrough in relationality to something that you've been working through across lifetimes. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, because now you can get on with it, is what I keep on seeing. Like I told you, there's a lot of excitement I'm seeing in relationality to your progress, specifically and particularly because I keep on seeing that it feels like there was a long time coming. And particularly in relationality to, I keep on seeing not feeling the need to have to rescue someone from themselves, but just recognizing the fact that often we sometimes feel like we need to rescue someone from themselves who's just enjoying their like they're doing just fine, right? They're doing just fine because it's like the energy. And often that's why we have those moments where another person is expecting to have that ping pong moment and we just walk away. The energy then gets like upset because they're like, what are you doing? You're not holding up your part of this. And you being like, yeah, because I'm no longer invested. This is not what's happening. So there's something about navigating that in terms of the articulation between someone feeling volatile because they might have thought that, oh, this is just a thing we do. Oh yeah, no, we're not going to talk for a few months, and then I'll come back, and then they'll say yes, and then we'll do this again. And this is the delightful dance that me and another person do. And the moment of you basically saying this is nothing about this is delightful, I'm done with it. Maybe creating a shift in some of the energy around you because it's showing you the difference between something that another person was enjoying between someone suddenly saying, wait, what are you doing? This isn't this, you're not, you're not doing the thing I was expecting you to do. This is right. It's like, it's almost showing you like anticipation of why you're experiencing potentially some karmic hostility from someone who is just expecting, like you keep on hearing, expecting you to ping their pong, but instead you're just saying, I'm done with this. I'm not playing this game anymore. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We have one more spot today before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to have that reading, claim that spot, go ahead and send the donation and you'll be the final person we read today. Next person on the list for today is, what did I write there? Lynn? Is that what it, no, actually, apologies. Ava is next. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, we've got one more spot today. We're also at 73.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as was reading. Ava, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading. Thank you, dear. All right. Thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Ria. Hardy, thank you for the roses, dear. And Kathleen, thank you for getting on the list. And the list is now closed. But if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have additional cards in your reading if you get on the list today. And if you stick around, we will be doing one card readings for subscribers once we conclude the personal readings today. All right. Got you. Yep. I'm reading more in my dreams than in real life. It's wild. No, it's incredible because it's not like, that's why I keep on saying it's feeling very Akashic in here because you shouldn't be able to be reading your dream space. I'm happy they're not talking behind my back. No, I think it's interesting because I feel like they're giving you, like, it's interesting because I feel like your guides are giving you like a little bit of inside baseball in relationality to how they see some of the shifts that you're going through. They're exactly, Bridget. They're letting you have the inside tea in the dream space. Hi there, Ria. Very true. You want it or you don't. Exactly. Grand Rising, Susie. Good to see you. Hi there, Sheena. Yeah, your Aries time is not for everyone. Exactly. Like I keep on seeing like you're like, you just don't have time for it right now. Hi there as well. Thank you as well, Marie. I claim that part. Don't have time for drama, but then they create drama. I love the death card. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like it's saying to me, like, that's the thing about it, like working in that space of embracing the change. Like they're like, it feels to me like it's a change, it's a death card that feels like it's celebration because you're moving away from what's not in alignment to you. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And Bella, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Good to see you, Bella. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for stopping by. You're so welcome, Pern. Thank you for sharing that dream with us. And DM, thank you for the follow. Ava, insights into the witch wound. You said in past reading that I'm very similar to that past life. How can I heal the wound? And is there a way I can reconnect with the spiritual gifts from past life? I've got you, dear. Can I please have 4 cards for Ava? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. One more. You know, here's the thing about it. That's like, you know, whatever this was that I'm seeing in relationality to the past life is saying to me, someone was trying to help you. Like you had a gift And someone was saying, like, poor thing, like, we can heal you of that. Like, that's the thing that I keep on seeing that is like working through this is I keep on hearing like there's a little bit of this energy of like it's giving me ugh, like I don't like reading on it. Ugh. It feels a lot of this like you poor thing, like you poor thing. We know we'll fix you kind of energy, you know. And I feel like there's something about this karma that's carried into your present experience. I would not be surprised if you've had relationships with someone who says, it's really hard putting up with this. You should be really like, it's not easy, but I'm gonna do the work that's right, like that's necessary. Um, and the thing about this type of energy is it works in the context of I keep on hearing it works in the context of energetic negligence, right? Like I keep on hearing that the translation point in relationality to how something karmically interpreted between energy that said, just trust in me and we'll get through this. We can fix this. In terms of you having to say to another person, this isn't something that needs to be fixed. It's a gift, right? And I feel like even in the past life, there was something about that was creating a little bit of energetic opposition between you and some of the energy around you. Like having to tell someone it's not a curse, it's a blessing, you know? It feels really difficult because it almost feels like you had to tolerate some energy really patronizing you. And I'm almost seeing that some of this is coming through in the space of negligence in this life, where potentially you're articulating your needs to someone and they just keep on being negligent upon them until you finally blow up at them. And then someone says, "Oh, you poor thing, you've got all of these anger problems. It's a real blessing that I'm here to help you through it. Oh my goodness, look. Oh, look, now you've gotten like you've gotten all, are you okay? Have you been taking care of yourself? Have you been doing these things?" Like it's working in the context of understanding that energy that doesn't want to do the work will always try to take the credit, right? Like and I keep on hearing the path work of the healing of the wound is understanding that the energy of negligence will operate in that space where they won't want to serve your needs, but try to tell you what your needs are. And then when you finally build into that place of frustration, when you finally become energetically explosive, because you've been articulating to someone and giving them every indication of something that you need, but they're giving you something else entirely, they then say, "Oh, look, you poor thing. Oh my gosh, I got here just in time. You're so lucky to have me here because this is just articulation of the fact of how badly you need me here, failing to recognize that they're the reason, like them being negligent is the whole reason that you were worked up in the first place." So I feel like there's a lot, like it actually says to me that there's something about you embodying and embracing your frustration, right? Almost articulating to another and saying, I have a right to be upset. I have a right to be angry. I have a right to embrace frustration because I keep on hearing that there's something about you clearing that wound that has to do with not feeling like you have to apologize when you're in a point of frustration, but being able to articulate the fact that your frustration is justified is what's effectively going to help you heal your heart and your throat chakra, right? Not not someone saying like, "Oh, like why are you so angry all the time?" Being like, "I'm angry because what you're doing is uncalled for. I'm angry because, you're intentionally trying to work me up so that you can play innocent about the fact that you've been negligent," is what I keep on hearing. Um, and so I keep on hearing it's like the space of not not embracing another person's identification, but almost being able to call someone out on something, to be able to see the fact that someone is trying to build you into a space of upset, so then they can say that you're acting irrationally. Like your own ability of I keep on hearing calling truth to nonsense is how you're healing it. But I also see the fact that it's kind of requiring you to have to walk away from energy that keeps on trying to insist that you need their help, right? Like, what are you going to do without me? Be like, oh, I will thrive. That's what I keep on getting. Like, what are you going to do without me? I will thrive. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, because it does. It's giving me I feel like you've had a lot of energy around you. If you've had a lot of energy around you that's tried to play hospital with you, right? A lot of this energy that tries to say oh, you're so sick. Oh, you're so sick. You're so lucky. You're so lucky to have me here. They're saying that this is some kind of karmic energy that you're working to release from the past life, that someone said if it weren't we need this isn't something that you need to embrace. This is something that we need to cure you from. Like that ability of you basically embodying and embracing and healing from any feelings of shame, particularly in relationality to your emotions. They're effectively saying that is the work that you're doing, because it's a space of you saying, I don't need, I keep on hearing you almost saying I don't need someone to tell me what I need to heal from. But it's awful convenient that you feel that way, doesn't it? Is what I keep on saying. I see you almost saying to someone, it's awful convenient, isn't it? That you're always in the space where everything around you needs you to fix it. Because it's the energy that I keep on hearing, no more playing hospital with gifts, is what I keep on hearing. It's like the energy of you saying and I feel like it's in that moment that you embrace, I keep on hearing, what if you're okay, right? I see the energy saying you don't have to be perfect to be okay. But it's awful convenient when anytime you're upset for a valid reason, someone says you're sick. It's awful convenient. I just keep on hearing, it's awful convenient when you're upset for a very valid reason, someone tells you that you're sick. Because often the energy that wants to get away with things will be in a space where they'll see you in a moment of being valid in your anger, and instead of saying you're justified, they'll say you must be very sick. And so something about you kind of disbelieving another person's ability to try to really bring you into that space of building into the context of constantly disappointing you and constantly upsetting you and constantly refusing to do the work, but then trying to use the excuse of your upsetness or your rage to be the reason why they're not coming towards you. It's like I keep on hearing you observing how convenient that is for someone to have something exactly the way that they want it, is you effectively rejecting another person trying to play hospital with you in order to get anything that they desire from you. And I see that about if you've already gone through this journey, they're saying you're already in the process of healing from that, because you're I see you being I'm good. I see you being you're just observing it and being it's like you observing the convenience of it is allowing you to heal from it, because it's you basically saying, I'm not, every time I'm upset doesn't mean I'm not well. Maybe it just means that I'm around someone who doesn't care that they're upsetting me and would rather make me rather, I see some saying would rather gaslight you in the process. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have additional cards in your reading. The next person we're reading for today is I think I wrote Lynn here. I have to apologize. My handwriting at the moment was not perfect when I wrote this. L-Y, Lynn, is that what I wrote? If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. User 419, I'd like you to refer to Matthew 6 through 19. Also, that figure is not mentioned anywhere in that book, but it's awful convenient that it makes you feel very powerful to condemn other people. I hope you understand the power of that book and you understand what it was trying to teach you. And I hope you heal from that fear that you embody within yourself and you try to spread to others. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And thank you again for the follow, DM. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. And Tammy, thank you for the follow. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, thank you as well, Flaming. Again, you guys, if they're looking for attention, it's okay. Just send them on their way. And again, I need to stress you're choosing to stay here. I'm sorry that you've got so much pain in your heart. I truly hope you find the healing that you're seeking. And you're welcome to stay, but you have to be kind and you have to be accommodating. If you're going to come in here with your judgment and your fear, then you will be muted. This is your warning. Thank you so much, user 419, for respecting the space. And that's up, Bella. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Ava, this is resonating. Thank you so much for receiving this message, Ava. I will also point out the timing is very convenient on what was occurring and the reading. So let that be a part of the reading as well. Relationship to my parents and ex, sending you support on that journey, Ava. This was me the majority of my life. Never again. Tap to claim, Flaming. Thank you as well, Angel. How are you doing today? Muncha, yeah, it is very much like that, Bridget. Exactly. I think that's what it's called. Exactly. I don't feel sick. I feel angry. Time to go. Tap to claim, Alan. Thank you so much. You're so welcome, Ava. I got you, Kath. You're on the list. Kathy, resonating. Healthy anger is normal. We work through it. Personally, I listen to Stevie Wonder. Yes. That's a good way. That's a good way of working through frustration. I like that. And good to see you, lovely. Kathy, remember, you've got readings on hold if you wanted to have one today. Just putting that out there. Okay. Second call on the person who's next on the list. I apologize. The way I wrote this was not great. I wrote L-Y Lim is what I wrote. Liam. I'm trying to figure out what I wrote here. I'm looking. Lisa, you're next is what I see. So you're actually next. So if I can't find this person, Lisa, you're the next person. I'm going to see if I can confirm who this was. And if anyone, just a reminder, guys, we are at 82.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who also need these messages. So thank you so much for helping to share these messages as well. All right. Eileen, is that what I wrote? No, Eileen was Eileen was yesterday. Hold on, let me just see if I can confirm who this was on the list. I mean, I feel like I don't like to say they, but I will say that energy that isn't in a healthy space will see another person's justified anger and try to say that it's hysteria. Right? This is a common theme that we have seen across the expanse of history. All right, Lynn is what I keep on seeing. Okay. Oh, apologies. You know what? That was a private reading. No wonder I can't find them. Okay, sorry about that. All right, no worries. Excellent. All right, the next person on the list for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And thank you as well, Per. Can you, and just actually because of that, I actually have room on the list for one more person. If someone else does want to get on the list for today, I can accommodate one more person on the list today. Thank you as well for being here and receiving these messages, Susie. All right, we've got Lisa. I'm going through a major transition period. I'd like to know my path work for this upcoming season. All right. I mean, and you have every right to be angry is difficult to say if you're trying to get your way, right? If you're not working towards unified relationship, but you're trying to move into the space of again of doing what you want instead of what feels like it's unified, right? Like you have every right to be angry is the energy you'll experience in a unified field. Thank you, Alan. All right, can I get 4 cards? 4 cards for Lisa, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit about the work to be done. Wow. Um, Honestly, I'm gonna tell you right now, Lisa, I don't want you wasting your time explaining things to energy. You don't have to repeat yourself. I mean, listen, I keep on hearing once, like one, like that you give someone. I keep on hearing you give someone the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt. And it's interesting too because I feel like it's very like there's something about it that's also very in alignment with Ava's reading, which is the space of I keep on hearing like the song you will hear and someone that doesn't want to give you what you want is what are you talking about? The song you will hear when you're talking to someone who doesn't want to give you the things that you want is what are you talking about? Don't like I keep on like and here's the thing about it. Um, you know, it's giving me like I see you having and I want to point this out because this is really important. Okay. We don't need to believe the same things to honor the things we believe in. I'm going to say that again. We don't need to believe the same things to honor the things that we believe in. And that's why often when we're in the space of honoring each other, when we're in the space of appreciating the context by which we can bring a different perspective to something, where we can bring an adaptability of an open mind, the point that we identify with energy that is working in that same way is the articulation point of understanding the difference between something that feels like expansive, something that feels like someone is in the modality where they're always searching for truth, instead of someone coming into the rigidness of feeling that they have it. And the irony is, like, again, working away from righteousness, we are not righteous. Righteousness doesn't mean having passion to something. Righteousness, righteousness means feeling with absolute certainty that you are right all the time. Like that is like again the word, like the word, like the word literally says righteousness in it because it is the identification of saying like red alert. If you feel like you're not learning something, then you're probably off the mark. Can't make the word any more clear, but you'd be surprised how often like someone will graft onto that word and use it to stand even stronger on opinion on something that they have. And it's like it's working into the space of understanding that the ability to honor, and I keep on hearing the word that you need to focus on right now, both on your journey and both in relationality that of those that are in accordance to what it is you're trying to create for yourself is understanding what the word honor means. And honor effectively articulates the fact that you don't need to believe something that another person believes to be able to honor it. You don't need to feel the exact same way another person feels to honor the fact that another person feels that way. And the ability to honor, like, make sure, like, and that's what I keep on seeing, especially because it feels like I see you like having to heal from some kind of need or some kind of feeling of having to people please, or having to kind of like spread yourself too thin, or feeling some kind of need of fearing that you're letting someone down by taking some time for yourself. And that's why I want to say, like, when we're in that space that we honor each other, we don't take things personally. We honor the fact that we're trying to do the best that we can. And I can see the fact here that, and I think it's interesting because I almost am getting here. I got to stress, I see some reconnections that are happening for you right now. And here's the thing about it, it's not to say, like, I need to point out, like, it's not that to say that, like, the difference between burning a bridge and mending a fence is entirely articulated upon the recognition of what the work is. And so I feel like there's something really important about that because I do feel like there's something that is being navigated right now for you in relationality to addressing something from your past in a different way. But that's what they're effectively saying, to recognize as it relates to any energy that's coming towards you from the past. Is the energy, is the energy trying to burn a bridge or mend a fence? Is the energy, in the space that they're working through, and I keep on hearing healthy relationship, and this isn't just in the space of like intimate relationship, but even friendship, right? This is why, you know, we don't, I keep on saying, this is why we don't feel the need to just sweep something under the rug. This is why we don't just feel the need of having to say to someone, let's just forget about it. I keep on seeing the energy that says, you know, forgiven but not forgotten, like that observational point in recognizing and understanding that when we are in a space of accountability, we articulate about what we wish we could have done differently, right? And that doesn't mean that we're perfect, but it does mean that we're energetically accountable. And I feel like this is really important because I see you moving into some kind of big partnership this year. And this is why we talk about the fact that sometimes apologies are energetically, there's a clock on them. Like they're energetically conditional, because the difference between someone coming to us with an energetic apology and a moment that we feel that we need it versus feeling the shift of us energetically moving towards something that's for us, it can create a lot of volatility. It can create a lot of sadness because it's a recognition of saying, like, paying attention to the timing of something. I'm getting like, why do you come to me today? Like, of all days, right? It has to do with understanding that I keep on feeling like there's some moments right now that may be coming towards you that feel like they're going to be bittersweet, because it almost feels to me like someone trying to mend something, but not so much in the context of identifying, like, I see almost navigating a space of not feeling like the authenticity of it, because you're almost looking around the self and saying, what's changed, right? And that's what I keep on hearing. Apologies are not conditional in relationality to who we're standing beside or the rooms that others are seeing us in. And that's why I keep on feeling like there's something about what you're moving towards that feels like it's almost a little energetically bittersweet, because I almost see something, if something changes around you, and then suddenly I keep on hearing like the energy changes in relationality to something from the past coming towards you. um, I see you almost registering it. I see you almost like clocking it. And sometimes that's why I keep on hearing, like, you can receive an apology at a distance. Another person's desire to reconnect for you, you don't have to be completely accommodating towards it, because they're saying to me that something about observing, like something that you desperately needed from another person that they did not give you at a time that it could have helped, versus seeing some kind of shift around you that changes the context. It's like I keep on saying changes the vibration of what you're receiving from another person. It's saying to me, like, I feel like it's like navigating through a lot of unresolved feelings in the past, but also feeling fortified by that work. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, like, it says to me like it's work. I almost feel like it's working through a lot of fair weather energy. And what do we talk about when we talk about fair weather energy? Which is, like, relationships, should not be dependent upon the rooms that we're in, right? It shouldn't be dependent upon, where we find ourselves. And that's why sometimes when someone tries to come towards us to heal something, but something has dramatically changed for us, it's hard to recognize or to embody receiving those moments, because it's hard to understand the context as to what has changed, given the circumstances that we observe have changed around us. And so I feel like there's something about you navigating that shift that's giving you a different perspective on things. So I want you to be conscientious about that. I want you to honor that space. I keep on hearing your boundaries are your boundaries, and I keep on hearing your boundaries don't require you to repeat yourself. So remember, being nice is not the same as being courteous. Someone will try to be nice as they're trying to push against your boundaries. It's not courteous to have to force someone to repeat themselves, right? It's not polite to continue asking for something if you've already articulated you're standing on something. So I almost see that you kind of helping, like, don't, if remember, it's not, if someone continues to try to like move towards you in a way of being nice after you've articulated to them that you're not comfortable with that, that's not you being mean. That's them being discourteous. It's discourteous to insist. It's discourteous to act oblivious to what another person is asking of you. So don't, don't let, like, that's why I keep on hearing like you don't need to continue to repeat yourself. If someone is perpetually ignoring what you say, it's the observation of reaffirming your own boundary that almost allows you, like, I keep on seeing, it's not courtesy, it's not about, like, it's not about being nice, because energy that will that is being nice is often in the space, like the energy, like this, the song you'll hear when someone's trying to push against your boundaries is, why won't you let me be nice to you? It's not about being nice. It's about understanding that courtesy is being respective of what another person is asking of you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got one more spot available today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person that we are reading for today is Jacques. Jacques, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we are at 85K. When we get to 100K, I'll gift a reading to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Vishal, again, it seems to me that you have a lot of anxiety in your heart. I hope you find the healing you seek. And you're also just putting a lot of nonsensical phrases in the chat. If you'd like to communicate clearly, you're welcome to, but if you continue to do so, I will mute you. Thank you so much for respecting the space. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Alan, thank you for the follow, dear. Bridget, yeah, absolutely. Okay, Bridget is claiming their spot. And let me just put a note here, and the list is closed. Bridget, what day was that, dear? Friday. One moment, please. Let's just see. Yep, Bridget, I got you, dear. All right, you've been added to the list for today. Perfect. And the list is closed. Okay. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Nicole. Lisa, my goodness, those messages took me through so many timelines. Thank you. You're so welcome, dear. All right. All right, where were we? All right, next person we're reading for right now is Jacques. Jacques, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And second call for Jacques, second call for Jacques. If Jacques is not here, I do my best, Bridget. I like to believe we're that for each other. Okay, we're doing a general, please. General, 3 cards for Jacques. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. 3 cards. Thank you. Consistency is key. Consistency is key right now. And I feel like that it has to do in relationality to something that you're trying to do. And I want to stress that, like, I need to point this out. I keep on getting when we're working in some kind of context of determination, I know this is going to sound a little difficult. I do not want you to be results focused right now. When we're working on something that we're passionate about, I want you to understand it's not about looking at results. I want you to write that down somewhere. It's going to help you through something. Passion is not about results. Passion is moving into the space of doing something because it allows the context by which it gives something meaning. It's something that I keep on hearing. Passion is what we would do any day, like any day, every day. Is what I keep on hearing. It's giving me a lot of like neither wind nor rain nor dark of night will stop you from pursuing your passion right now. And I think that there's something important about that, because I feel like there's something that you're doing from a creative perspective that's going to take a little time to catch on. And that's better, is what I'm seeing. It's a good thing when you're in that space, because when you're doing something that's energetically important, you don't worry about how it's going to be received. You don't worry about what another person is going to think about it. I want you to do it for yourself right now, right? Don't get all worried about how I keep on hearing, don't get all twisted about how something's received. Because, and I got to point this out, if you're doing something that you feel is gonna, like, I keep on hearing, don't put the cart before the horse. If you're worried about something that you're doing, like, having the wrong, like creating like rocking the boat. I keep on hearing like there's like something good isn't for everyone. Something good is energetically challenging, right? It's working in the space. I keep on hearing, remember the value that I keep on hearing good art is a conversation, right? And that conversation, I keep on hearing focus on the conversation, because something about the space of how another receives something, um, that in itself, I keep on seeing is not about, I keep on hearing a lot of messages around like it's not about celebration, it's about active critique. And something about the ability of understanding that another person critiquing something, like that is like, I keep on hearing it's like that's the bare knuckle energy that you want to bring to a circumstance or situation, which doesn't allow oneself, like I keep on seeing like the healthy space of a good place to work is not one of just saying that everything is good all the time, but it's being able to have a constructive critique that says, look, this is something that needs to be worked on. This is something that we can get better at. And, I feel like there's something about that conversation about the importance of bringing rigor to a situation. I keep on hearing the rigor is where the love is, right? The rigor is how we find the ability to adapt and the ability to focus, because it's not about, I keep on saying, it's not about trying to like, you know, work around something. It's about working through it. And I almost see some kind of space. So you have to say to someone, if I can identify a problem, I'm just the tip of the iceberg. Is what I keep on getting. I almost feel like you have to say to someone, if I can identify a problem, this is a blessing, because working through an avoidable problem is how we avoid like an unnecessary crisis, right? I keep on hearing how we avoid like how we avoid um, like a small problem, like how we avoid a small problem is how we of like how us navigating a small problem is how we avoid a larger energetic crisis. So I keep on seeing like that's the amount of rigor that you have to bring to a situation. But I also feel like you need to have that conversation with someone to help them reorient as it relates to working through the space of mistakes, right? Because when we're working through the space of mistakes, we don't pretend everything's perfect when it's not. We talk towards it to see something and say how we can do better. So I want you to just kind of like, I feel like there's like, I see you writing something now. Like, I see a lot of writing happening. So if you're trying to compose a message in this way, like, make sure that you're taking some time to really sort your thoughts out, to make sure that the meaning is not getting emotionally clouded in something. Because I keep on seeing, like, I feel like you're trying to write something that, like, we're trying to create something that there's a lot of emotions on. But that ability of, like, resolving the emotions to get to the heart of a situation is how you're going to heal something in a big way. So be patient with yourself as you do that work. Um, Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, again, and I need to point out, it feels like the space of having to explain to someone that you're not being problem focused, because there's something about the space that says there's something that you're doing that being problem focused is the solution, right? It's like it's almost like the space of saying like it's not you overly concentrating on upon a problem, but having to explain to someone that I keep on hearing navigating through small problems is how you avoid unnecessary crises. Like that's the conversation that you have to say to someone, which is saying to another person, I'm not creating the problems. I'm just pointing them out because I'm trying to be constructive in what we can do to fix them. So if you're bringing, I keep on hearing, if you're bringing up problems in a situation, Make sure you're just not dropping problems on another person's doorstep. Make sure that you're bringing solutions with them. Okay, like it's like I keep on hearing, you have to bring the solution, because if not, it just feels like criticism. Healthy critique. The difference between criticism and critique. Criticism is when you're saying you're doing wrong, you're doing wrong, you're doing wrong. Critique is saying, this is what I noticed as a problem. This is what we could be doing better to make it right. Right? So make sure that you're not criticizing, make sure that you're critiquing. Thank you so much for having that reading, Jock. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you would like to get on the list for the reads tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You will also have an additional card in your reading if you get on the list now. Next person on the list for today is Marina. Marina, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we are at 87.3K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Second call for Marina. And just reading over. Thank you as well for receiving that message, Nicole. And thank you again, Jock, for winning that giveaway and sending you support on that journey. Gaia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, as is yours, Tay. Jess, I left the live and came back, and the readings are still speaking to me wild. I love that energy. Thank you, Jess, for being here and receiving these messages. I'm so glad they're in alignment to you today. Jacqueline, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hey there, Nikki. How are you doing today? I'm so glad that was helpful, Jacques. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Witches, good to see you. Guys, make sure you give Witches a follow. Absolutely great reader as well. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Grand Rising, Estevan, and thank you for tapping, Nikki. Good to see you too. We are very close to 100K. Ooh, what concert did you go to? All right, second call right now. Second call for Marina. If Marina's not here, the next person on the list for today is Kathleen. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. Good to see you. It was dumping rain. Oh, no. Ooh, that sounds like an awesome concert. Oh, man, Nikki. Oh, that would have been awesome. I can imagine. It was very biblical. That's a heck of a lineup. Oh, Marina's back. Wonderful. Okay. Can I please get 3 cards, please? General for Marina. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. What do we got coming through? What is this? You get to decide what a big deal is. This is giving me some kind of sewing circle energy. I just gotta tell you, this is giving me some kind of sewing circle energy. Like, no. What is this? They said. What they? You know what? Never. Whenever you hear the word they, just walk away. Just when someone when you start hearing they, right? This is giving me energy that's talking around you. Like, this is giving me, like, I will never understand for the life of me, like, energy that will like they'll talk to everybody. They will talk to everybody. Like, energy will create a sewing circle rather than just going to the energetic source of something. Like, and this is feeling to me, and this is why, like, I like to point out, like, you know, I think that it's always important, like, we work in the context of saying what, like, I mean, you know, I like to believe that when we're in a healthy space, nothing that we say about another person, we wouldn't be afraid to say to them directly, is what I keep on seeing. I'm not sure what this is about. I'm just giving you a little bit of this energy here. Don't let someone, this is feeling like a little bit of this type of energy. of someone like trying to get you to talk negatively about someone, or like, and that's what I keep on hearing here. Like, if this is happening, just call someone out on it. Like, I'm not comfortable with this conversation is a powerful prayer. I'm not comfortable with this conversation is a powerful prayer, because it feels like it feels like a little, like it feels like a little bit of someone trying to like stir, like what will someone do when they're trying to stir the pot? They'll try to like get you to like spill some bad tea on something, is what I'm seeing. And so like, I feel like there's something really important about making sure that you're navigating a space that I just keep on hearing something. Make sure that something that you're saying, or something, a conversation that you're having with another person about someone, is the same conversation you would have with them directly. Because I don't know what I'm getting here as it relates to like something happening around you here, or like something about this, but like it feels like, like it's giving me a lot of this like he said she said kind of energy. You know what I heard? It's giving me a lot of that. And so if you're noticing, you know, like someone, if someone's trying to like get information from you as it relates to like something that happened between you and another person, I keep on seeing like, I feel like you can just say to them, like, I'm not comfortable or inclined to having that conversation, or I'm not like, like giving someone, I keep on seeing like having to say to someone like, you know, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, because this does feel um like, I don't know why I keep on hearing this, but it feels like there's someone around you in some way, shape, or form that likes spilling tea. But I need to point out that this is all like, I know we joke about tea a lot here. I know we make a lot of jokes about tea, but this is also like why we avoid talking negatively about others, because that space of like, you know, the difference between being bitter about something and being able to identify the work, everything I keep on seeing, you know, has to do with like, never do we not trust someone. I keep on hearing also, never trust someone when someone says, you know what I heard about you, or you know what that person said, because you have to like, I keep on hearing, you have to think about the intention behind why another person would try to like stir the pot like that, is what I keep on seeing. Like, be very conscientious in relationality to another person, like saying something, like saying that another person is disparaging you, and why they might say that. Because that ability of, I keep on seeing like bringing some point of clarity to a situation, like working in the context of saying to another person like, I don't talk about people like that, or I articulate like what I say, like what one says is something that you would say to them anyway. I just keep on seeing like, I feel like there's a little bit of this, like, I don't know what it is, but it feels like a little bit of this like energy trying to stir the pot on something. And often I have to point this out, like, when you notice someone who has a tendency of wanting to stir the pot, you can basically say like, look, I don't talk that way, you know? And again, they're going to tell you that you're being a sore thumb. You can be a sore thumb, right? It's like, be a sore thumb till kingdom come, right? Because often energy that tries to goad you on in saying something like that will then like disavow the fact that they were saying anything, and they'll be like, you know what I heard? You know what I mean? Like they'll try to like turn it around is what I keep on getting, you know? Yeah. It's giving me like protect your peace. It's giving me a lot of this energy of understanding. I keep on hearing we say what we mean and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way. And if this is some kind of situation or circumstance where another person is trying to come back towards you by trying to say, "Oh, well, I didn't mean it like that. I was just having a moment." Like that's like who we are our moments. It's not about the space that we say, "Oh, well, you just should know that when I'm in a certain mood, I'm going to say awful things." It's understanding that we don't look for reasons to justify saying something that's inappropriate. And often energy that is trying to provoke us or saying something in that way will try to say, "Oh, you just can't take a joke. You weren't trying to, you didn't think I seriously meant that." It's not funny. I keep on hearing it's not funny to be cruel. It's not funny to be mean. But often someone that's trying to see if you're as mean as they are will start saying mean things, and then when you get offended by it, they'll say, "Oh, I was just kidding." Because that's the energy that like walks back from the brink in the moment that they say like, "Oh, are you as mean as I am?" Right? It's like they're testing you. And so that's why I keep on seeing like you don't have to like don't let someone say something that is mean to you and then try to dial it back and say, "Well, you're just too sensitive." Yeah, you are. You're too sensitive for them. You are too sensitive for them. Embrace that. Say, "Yeah, that we are not the same. I am very sensitive because I care." So I just keep on seeing no, none of this poking energy, none of this energy of someone who says something mean and then tries to recalibrate in the moment that you don't accept it by saying, "Oh, you just can't take a joke. You can't, oh, you didn't think I was serious." Because that's the energy that, again, like if you've articulated something you're not comfortable with and they continue to persist, remember, that's the song of someone trying to get you used to something. That's the song of someone trying to get you into a space that you just start accepting it instead of complaining about it. Your standards are your standards. They're not something that you should feel exhausted about in a relationship to such an extent that you feel like there's no point in stating them. Thank you so much, Marina, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. And you also have additional cards in your reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Also, if you want to see the full list, you can find them on the tree that has links in my bio. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Next person on the list for today is Kathleen. Kathleen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap. Thank you for that hashtag witches brew. I'm getting stressed out. It feels like a lot of energy talking about someone instead of having a conversation with someone is what was bothering me about the reading. Hands on the hips, about to get some lessons. Yeah. This and the hag sewing circle resonating. It's just like, it's like it feels to me like it just feels like a bunch like, it's don't feel like you have to defend yourself is what I'm saying. Talk to everyone but you, shaking my head exactly. And lovely, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you for the compliment, Susie. Thank you for the compliment on my rings never. Who wants tea? Absolutely. Hi there. How are you doing today, Marilyn? Here's one for you. I love it. And thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, which is if their day is made by talking about others, it's kind of sad for them. And that like it's saying to me like it's understanding. I keep on seeing like it's not about talking about, it's about dealing with. Like you don't talk like you don't I keep on hearing you don't talk about others. When you talk about others, you start harboring feelings. I just keep on seeing like it's a lot of that type of energy around something, you know? Being like, well, they said, being like, well, why didn't you just talk to me about it? Why are you talking about me? Is what I keep on hearing. Thank you guys. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap. It's a projection hiding. I like that, Kathy. It's a projection hiding their whatever. Exactly, their whatever. I like that. We listen and we do judge. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes we listen and we do judge toward me. I've cut myself off from all of my toxic energies this year. Thank you. And that's what I was seeing, Marina. And that's the thing about it, it's giving me a lot of that space of saying, let them talk, you know, because I keep on hearing energy that gets it can tell the difference between someone who talks about someone versus someone talking about like I keep on hearing it's very easy to tell the difference. Like energy that gets it. And they can tell the difference between someone talking around someone versus someone talking to someone, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing healthy energy can see the difference between someone talking around someone versus someone talking to someone, is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing healthy energy can understand hearsay. Like that's what hearsay is, right? Thank you, Marina. And I keep on hearing, don't feel like you need to defend yourself against hearsay. Because I keep on hearing when you try to defend yourself around hearsay, all you do is validate it. Thank you, Jess. I got you, Kath. All right, just bear with me a moment. Also, friends, we are at 98K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And let me just pull up Kath's question. And just a reminder, the list is closed today. But if you would like to be on the list for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. Okay. All right. Hello. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Let's continue with the dream that was in context with the previous read. I got you. User, we do readings on the energy related to individuals here, if that's what you're asking. All right. And can you just let me know, Kath, if this is inside tea or outside tea? If this is something that I can share or if this is something between us? And also for those who are joining us, if you have information that's relevant to your reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life reading you would like more information on, you can include the notes in the donation when you send it. Or if you are a subscriber, you can post it in our Discord, in our subscriber only Discord in the allocated channels. Okay, outside tea. Thank you for confirming, Kath. I'm curious now about who or what represents the two kids, a girl and a boy in the dream. The neighbor asks for help to look after the girl while she's with his troublesome son inside the house. And my grandma sat beside me and the girl. Before this scene, it's vague to me now, but I chatted a previous guy colleague about what happened and why it didn't work out. I'm confused when I woke up because we were just like friends, that guy colleague and I. No romantic interest between us. And we're not in contact anymore. Maybe he's just another representation of someone from the past. Okay. And just to clarify what I'm seeing here, Kath, when you're talking about the colleague, is that a colleague that appeared in the dream or on the terrestrial plane? And can I get 4 cards, please? Appeared in the dream. Yep. Okay. So I want to stress this. And were they the neighbor? Because I just want to articulate. Remember that dream that that you were receiving from with the energy of your grandmother was twofold, which is the articulation point of saying, I am working to energetically protect you. So please don't let the energy hurting you back into your energetic field. Like that is the energy, like it was the twofold message that was coming from the energy of the grandmother saying, I'm doing my work, my part, but help me help you. I need you to do your part as well. The amplification of the 2 children in the dreams is an identification point of the karmic connection that she is trying to protect you from. And I think that it's very important to recognize the fact that, and this is what I'm kind of seeing, but it has to do with the space of saying that you are not, your job is not to heal someone else's unhealed inner child. And it's best amplified in the space of the neighbor. Now, I need to point out there are 2 different ways that could have gone. The neighbor did not give you the misbehaving child, right? The neighbor did not say, hey, take my misbehaving child off of my hands, okay? The neighbor did not say to you, listen, you deal with this. The neighbor asked you to take the girl, the feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, saying, hey, could you please watch over the feminine energy child while I work to discipline the unhealed masculine energy child that I need to deal with. And effectively, what's beautiful about this is that is the work that's happening between you and the karmic as it relates to helping you get a perception on what is happening. It was another orientation of the message from the grandmother in relationality to the dream space, because just as the energy of the grandmother was protecting you, you're working to do the work to heal your inner child, right? And so you are protecting the unhealed, the inner child, your own healed child. So they're saying that all of this work that you're doing right now is not about trying to fix masculine energy. This isn't the space that someone said, hey, I've got this like masculine child that is really not working, behaving. Can you please do something about this? This is the articulation point that when we're working in the context of trying to heal, we don't hand off that work to another person. Our unhealed inner child are not each other's responsibility, but in the context of supporting each other, we support each other by being protective of what it is that we're working to heal. So what was happening in that modality, right? In a way, the neighbor was almost like the universe. It's like the cosmic neighbor to a certain extent. And the space or the place of the universe saying, hey, can you please take the girl, the feminine energy away from here for a minute? I gotta work on this. is a further amplification of the message that was coming through from the grandmother that was basically saying, if you are experiencing the fact that you see the unhealed inner child in the masculine, it's not your responsibility to feel like you have to harm yourself or put yourself like in that space of having to save them. If someone is not willing to heal their inner child, it can often create a lot of pain because we can see the unhealed inner child within them. We can see where the wound is coming from. But that's what's so painful sometimes, because often when we build into the pathwork of trying to heal something karmically with another, it's not the fact that we can't diagnose the problem in relationality to what it's happening. They're saying to a certain extent that your empathy is what needs to be protected from. because your empathy wants to go in and help the energetic child of the masculine. It wants to go in and say, no, 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 I know what it takes to fix them. But to go in and try to fix the energy of the masculine doesn't allow the space to protect the feminine, right? Because if that space is in the place of operating it, like, and I have to point out, like, that's the healthy parent, right? Because the healthy parent isn't saying to the healed masculine, the feminine energy, hey, they're just like this. You have to tolerate it. You both have to experience the wounds together because they need to learn. This is the healthy, emotional, energetic parent of the universe that says, okay, you're good. You know, no, you don't have to stick around for this part. You don't have to stick around for this part. Can you keep an eye on her? Right? Can you keep an eye on her? I gotta handle something. I gotta work on something with someone. Someone's not like, I gotta protect someone from someone, right? So it's almost like the amplification of seeing kind of how the spirit guides are navigating the karmic situation, which says, again, in that modality, think about it, about the fact that when you're not letting, like, even if you realize that someone wants you to heal them, again, our responsibility isn't to save each other from ourselves. It's to do the work of saving ourselves for each other. So even in the amplification of the fact that you had the neighbor that said, can you please watch my energetic feminine child while I work to discipline and resolve the issue going on with my unhealed masculine child, the troublesome son, if you will. It is a further articulation of the fact that you have to observe the fact that that's the work that you yourself are doing. Because when the troublesome son, right, when the unhealed masculine comes towards you and says, it's your job to rescue me, what you have to say is, no, it's not my job to rescue you. That's what the universe is doing. That's what the universe is doing. My job is to protect my energetic feminine energy until you're ready to heal. Because if not, it's like you're welcoming the trouble in, right? So they're saying that if it's hard for you to do that, remember, it's not you being not compassionate. You're letting the universe do its work. You're letting the universe do its work in helping to heal, like the energy being like, no, they're not ready. I need a minute with this one. Right? I need a minute with this one, while you're doing the work of sheltering and protecting the energy of the feminine, right? You're moving in accordance with the universe, because you're basically saying, hey, this is like the neighbor is the universe saying, hey, can you help me out? Can you please protect the feminine energy? I got to deal with this one. I got to deal with this one. I got to deal with this one, right? You're not coddling the energy so that it stays energetically troublesome. You're helping the universe let them kind of work through their energetic lessons. Bottom of the deck. And that's why I feel like there's something about the articulation of that. And I think that it's also really important to be navigated in the space that you mentioned, the fact that in this reading, you were talking to a guy colleague. And this is important in the space that you said it was a masculine colleague, about the situation on what happened and why it didn't work. Because the space of you articulating, the space of you being able to identify to another masculine energy what was going wrong and getting that validation, is further articulation in understanding and seeing the fact that what you're trying to build is not a pipe dream. I would articulate the reason that that guy colleague was coming through is because there's something representative in the fact of building into connection with someone that you could talk to about those difficulties, and them understanding you, and them recognizing and seeing the fact that you were doing something and validating you, that was showing you in some context that it's not a pipe dream, that is the ideal, and that there's something that you saw in the recognition of the ideal of someone that you were able to articulate those problems with, that is the validation of something about that being the energetic template that reaffirms the fact that it's not a pipe dream because you've seen it on the terrestrial plane. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, a lot of this hermit energy, because I keep on hearing that the overarching message that was coming through in the dream space is, it's not your job or responsibility to have to save everybody. Again, the energy, the call of love is, I thought you would do anything for me, right? The unhealed energy, the unhealed inner child will try to say, I thought you would do anything for me, right? But remember, the call of love is, I would do anything for you. And the response of love, of true love, is, I would never ask you to. And there's something about that karmic connection, right? Something about someone saying, help me, or someone saying, I thought you'd do anything, having to work through some context of someone feeling like they're constantly creating those spaces of saying, trying to push you to prove yourself. It's the articulation or the amplification of the unhealed masculine energy in this context that doesn't believe the authenticity of what it is, the stability that you're creating with them, but is constantly putting you through the rigor of having to prove that you'll still be there after they're putting you through something. And I keep on hearing, healthy relationship isn't a game of holding your breath. It isn't seeing how long you can take something. It's understanding and working in the context of the healthy partnership that doesn't want to see you in distress and works to alleviate it instead of amplify it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Also, if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for, and you'll also have additional cards in your reading. Bridget is our final reading for today before we move into one card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber waiting to have a one card, we'll be starting those shortly. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you can hit that button at the bottom of the screen and become a subscriber. Also, if you are joining us on the place where we keep the videos and you become a member, you will also be eligible for a one card reading as well. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We also reached 100K, so we will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. Bridget, if you could just hold your reading for a moment so we can do that 100K giveaway. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Hi there, Kath. Okay. Thank you for helping us get to 100K, everyone. Good to see you today, Nicole. Appeared in the dream. The neighbor looked like a stranger to me. I can recall the neighbor's face, but I don't know her. Mother and her kids. Yep. It's saying to me, it's like the universal mother. It's like the higher self. Yes, she just let me look after the girl while she was with the son. She's like, yeah, can you please? I gotta work on this one. I gotta work on this. And thank you, Alla, for the follow. Thank you as well, Per. It's the feminine and masculine inner child. Exactly. Much clearer now. Bella, good to see you today. I agree. I already surrender them to the universe. Exactly. Thank you, Kath. You're so welcome, dear. Hi there, Luna. Good to see you. Kath, you're right. I used to talk to that colleague before when I had issues with other guys, right? It's not a pipe dream. I feel like they're representative of the fact that what you're seeking is not a pipe dream. You've seen it in them. You're so welcome, dear. All right, friends, we've reached our 100K milestone. So what I will be doing right now is I am going to be thinking of a number between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 77. First person I see that posts number will get the reading. First person I see that posts it, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys post them. No. No. Oh, I saw it. Hold on a minute. Everybody stop. I think, oh, I saw it. Backing it up. All right. And congratulations, Lisa. You got our highest gifter for today. I mean, a highest gifter. You got a 100K giveaway. Thank you guys so much. We will do that again if we get to 150K. Congratulations, Lisa. I know you had a reading today, Lisa, so please let me know if you would like to have that reading today or if you would prefer that it be held. Just let me know what you would ideally prefer. Congratulations. All right, and now we're reading on Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading. Okay, absolutely. Happy to hold it for you. And Bridget, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? For anyone else joining us, the list is closed. We're about to get started on one card readings for subscribers after this reading. But if you would like to get on the list for a full reading tomorrow, you can do so. You'll also have additional cards in your reading if you sign up today. All right, we've got the reading in the Discord. I'm just checking there now. Just bear with me one moment as I get to the Discord. And thank you guys so much for participating, and thank you for helping us get to that 100K milestone today. All right. Inside tea or outside tea? 55. I went to my first tarot class of yours for the death card, and it was amazing. Oh, thank you so much, Mary Grace. I appreciate that. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. And thank you so much for being a part of that class. And our next class, for those who are joining us, will be on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies on the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. And if you'd like to become part of that class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Excellent. And also, if you are a subscriber, if you head over to our perks section, you'll find an additional coupon code for that subscription. I'm glad to hear today's a great relaxing day. All right, we're now reading for Bridget. Outside tea. Thank you for confirming. Can I have the highest priority messages around my friend? She was like a mother to me for 9 years and just up and left my life 3 months ago. I've been working hard to let go of the hurt, but I'm still struggling with the confusion of it all. Oh, okay. Can I get 4 cards, please? What's going on with that? You know, it's saying, I see some kind of energetic conflict that occurred between them and another person that's put them in hermit mode, is what I'm seeing. Like I don't know if this person's talking about it, but I'm just identifying that they went through something here, um, where someone like it feels like someone that really hurt them. And what's interesting about it is it's not feeling like it's you, you know? I keep on hearing there's something about it that um she's been like changed by it, you know? Like it's giving me like something about like I've got someone's guard up in terms of trusting um what they're receiving or communicating in some fashion. Um I'm also recognizing I feel like there's something to be important in navigating making sure that someone is receiving your messages is what I'm getting, because I don't know why this is, but it's like it's almost like I keep on feeling like someone has put the fear in them is what I'm seeing. Like they've been listening to someone that's been putting the fear in them. And there's something about like navigating that that space of fear. Like it almost says to me like I'm sensing something about having some kind of distorted perception in relationality to what's around them or not. It's like it's coming into that space of like not trusting things is what I'm getting. Um, that's all I keep on hearing is I keep on hearing something about someone putting the fear in someone. And that's I would definitely say that there's something about this. And I want to stress this because it says to me that it's a further continuation on the space of not believing another person's false narrative, you know, because it's almost like it feels to me like someone who's become a zealot about something. And this is what I mean about zealot energy. It's like when someone becomes a zealot about something, it's wild because somebody becoming a zealot is because someone else has put the fear in them. And that space of like navigating from a point of fear is often articulated in the space of like working in some kind of expansiveness of not understanding something. And so I keep on getting the message that it's not just something that they're listening to or hearing, but almost something that they're someone that they're connected to, like someone who they've let into their life in some way that they're worried about energetically upsetting. Like I'm a little bit worried for the energy that I'm seeing here because it almost feels like someone who's let someone into their life that is like it's not helping. It feels like it's more like it's making them kind of like feed into some kind of anxiety as it relates to trusting others or building into that context of like I keep on hearing like someone feeding another person their false narrative in relationality to um, what it is they believe. You know, like it almost feels like it's giving me like the almost the space of like another person being anxious about introducing someone to someone because they already know that they're not going to get along with the energy that they used to know. You know, like there's like a lot of this trepidatiousness here is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing like they succumb to the fear to a certain extent. I want to give you bottom of the deck on this. And I keep on seeing, and like that's the thing about it. Like, I can almost see you having to say to someone, it's harmless. You know, like I see almost something like I see you being like, I've been better, like I've never been better. And I see them in a space where they're just like, you know what I mean? Like I want to point out that it's not just I feel like there's something about this that there's always been a little bit of a tendency for someone to be in this modality, but I see some kind of context where you're embracing your own energy like you never have before. I feel like there's something really important about moving to the space of your authenticity. And the thing I need to stress is when we're inhabiting the space of our authenticity, it can be very triggering to energy that works more in the space of decorum. It can be very triggering to energy that feels like they operate more in the space of anxiety as it relates to embracing their authenticity. So I keep on seeing that um, you kind of like you moving in that space. I keep on hearing you almost having to say, like, they saw something about you that they thought was just a phase, but it wasn't a phase. It was a shift, right? It wasn't something that, like, I keep on hearing something that they thought that you were working through, you embodied. And I feel like that's like the differentiation between something, because I almost feel like they're in that space that they thought that you were gonna like let go of something or become more energetically. I keep on saying like this often happens, having to say to someone, it wasn't a phase, right? Like it's not about that space of like letting go of something as you mature, but it like embodying it more. I keep on seeing that that's a little bit of that work, because I almost feel like there was something about them saying, "Oh, like this is just something that they're going to move away from." But instead, you become even more of that. And so I feel like that's like the vibration of identifying and recognizing. Like I keep on hearing, and it's interesting too, because I feel like it's in alignment with the reading we had previously in terms of saying we can honor each other in the space that we don't necessarily believe everything that another person believes, but it's the space of being able to recognize and identify what's important. But everything I keep on seeing is often like when someone is more in that space of fear, when they're holding on to something because it feels good. Like one of the indicators that you know that something you're holding on to feels good but isn't good is when you start feeling like it creates fear in you as it relates to other people's beliefs, or as it relates to other people's spaces of being able to be energetically supportive. I almost see someone in some kind of salvation mindset, you know, like someone who really does feel like there's something you have to do in order to be energetically saved. And anyone who's not doing that, like it's like that kind of energy. And remember how like we talk a lot about righteousness here, in understanding that like we should be very wary when we feel like the way that we're doing something is the only way that something can be done, because never have we strayed further away from the path than when we insist that our path is the only path, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that is the difficulty point, because I feel like I see someone who used to be like that and they become even more rigid in the fact that they believe that their path is the only right one. Whereas I see you more in the space of understanding and building into the expansiveness of looking at the fact that there's many different paths. And when you believe that there's only one path and another person believes that there are many paths, well, now we've got a little bit of an energetic issue, because in order to move towards someone, they have to surrender the fact that their path is the right one, because it makes them feel good, and understand that there may be many paths. So I feel like that's the difficulty point, because I keep on seeing that there's something that is fundamentally going on between you, where they're becoming more rigid in their inclination on one thing, and you're becoming more rigid in your inclination on the other. And like the one problem as it relates to the interweaving of paths, and this is why we have to avoid righteousness, is when you're firmly believing that your path is the only way, you can't even communicate with someone on other paths, because you've affirmed the fact that your path is like in the space of you saying yours is the only right one. You can't even entertain the possibility like that might not be the case by communicating with anyone who's in that space that they identify that there's many. Is what I keep on seeing. Right. Oh, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, It's very convenient to feel like everybody needs to be saved all the time, right? It's like, I'm the good one. You're all bad. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings for today. We have now moved on to the subscriber readings. If you would like a full reading for tomorrow, you can get on the list for tomorrow. We're going to start doing one card readings for subscribers. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading to Bridget. And if you are a subscriber, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen. All right. One moment. Hi there, Susie. Good to see you. Yep, I got it. I'm glad you're having a relaxing day today, Susie. She's been very active on social media and just chosen to ignore my messages. Yep. Hi there, Rainbow. We don't have the same political views, but I've never engaged with her in that manner. Yep. Thank you, Sunny. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. She's read my messages online. I can see it. And that's why I'm shocked. She's definitely doing it intentionally. I've let it go. I'm just hurt and confused. I think she definitely has a fear. Like, yeah, no, that's what I'm seeing. Like, it's giving me like, and again, it's like somebody in proximity to them too. She's all of a sudden become like a doomsday prepper. That it's not just them, it's somebody that they're in a line, like that they're around is what I'm seeing too. Very fear-based. Thank you for supporting each other in the comments. She was very absorbed into all the news. Sending you, thank you as well, Bergenstein. I'm really great. I'm in a really great space and I don't engage in any of that talk. Exactly. Calling without showing face. Sending you support. Hi there, Zenda. Thank you as well, Bridget. And thank you, Fancy, for the follow. That's so interesting because I had a conversation with my mom about that yesterday. There's no one right path, right? And that's what I keep on seeing. Like, they can't even engage with anyone that's not on that path because that everything is like when you're on the one path and everybody else is a temptation, you know? Sending you so much support, Bridget. All right. We are going to get started on one cards. I need to take a moment and then we'll get to the one card reading. So I'll be back in just a moment and we'll get started. All right, just hanging tight for a moment. Okay, where were we? And thank you for that gift, Bridget. All right. Hi there, and Theo. It's funny you said Aries are obsessed with time. I have time blindness throughout the day, but I'm constantly checking it. And I'm obsessed with looking at ephemeris, so much so I downloaded. I don't know what ephemeris is. What I have to check that out. Yeah, no, it is like Aries. Aries got like issues with Saturn. It's like that's why it's the first sign of the zodiac. It's like how much time we got. Also, your collective reading yesterday was so on point, and today too. Thank you, Theo. I appreciate that. One card for how to dissolve and work through my intimacy blockages with approaching and dating women. Got it. Highest party messages, please. I feel like a lot of this. I feel like a lot of this is healing some like I just keep on seeing like releasing some kind of antiquated opinions on things is what I keep on seeing. Um, I feel like there's also something about opening your heart chakra. And I feel like a lot of that is being able to like articulate and describe like how hard it's been in some way to like let go of some kind of outdated views on something or some kind of like or some kind of like I feel like working through like another person's shame in terms of something that you feel within that you're working to claim. And I feel like that's what's really difficult about healing an intimacy wound is like it often requires us to like, return back to the scene, if you will, of what it is that felt like it created a source of shame in us in order to be able to build back into a space of reclaiming something in a way that it embodies joy. So I feel like a lot of that bottom of the deck, I feel like a lot of that potentially even having a lot of communication or working in some kind of therapeutic environment, talking about past experiences in relationality of working to try to resolve some kind of feelings is going to help in a huge way. Because I keep on hearing this the solution is by, healing from the past situation by removing the false narrative of how you felt in a moment that another person made you feel badly instead of being able to recognize and identify that everything that we feel is a gift so long as we're doing it from a space of love and openness and building into that way. Like I keep on hearing like communication, communication, and communication, and also like articulating about that journey to others is going to help in a big way as well. Thank you and Theo for having this reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. One card for Nikki, highest priority messages, please. I think that a lot of this work that I see, like there's a lot of this space, like I feel like you're doing a lot of work right now in healing masculine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. But I feel like a lot of that healing that you're doing in the space of masculine is letting go, is like building anew in relationality to preconceived notions of what it feels like to connect with masculine. Bottom of the deck, like this is a lot of serious unpacking, old wounds. And I keep on hearing, as long as you're articulating through them instead of projecting them, the ability to express upon a fear is how we release it. Because it's the ability of saying, like, it's being able to articulate, like, how we're feeling, that another person is able to meet us there and build stronger in the places that we feel most energetically vulnerable. One card for Chrissy on what his feelings are towards you. Highest party messages. I mean, I see a circumstance or situation where, and the embodying the Queen of Wands can be very difficult because, when we're in the space of the Queen of Wands, we can often feel both inspired by someone, but if we're not ready, it can also create a lot of that anxiety of it being intimidated, is what I'm seeing. So I feel like there's somebody like, yeah, like that's the thing about the Three of Pentacles. Like I feel like there's something about you being able to really identify and articulate what your standards are. Like I see someone who recognizes the fact that there's a blockage there, but they're also understanding like what it takes to get there, right? Like it says to me, like if you couldn't have been clearer in terms of what it is that you want to build with someone. I keep on hearing it's like loud and clear energy, but they also like they understand the fact that like that's requiring a lot of changes in relationality to their life and desiring and having the same goals as you do. Thank you, Chrissy. Creative, one card on why I keep dreaming about W. I feel like I see someone who thinks about you often, is what I'm seeing. Are they still on this plane? I feel like there's something about this. It feels very protective. Bottom of the deck, I see somebody who carries some regret on where they left something. I see someone that carries some regret. Like I keep on hearing, I shouldn't have said that, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much. And I almost, it's giving me like I almost hear someone saying, I wouldn't forgive me. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Susie, one card in my dream where I was brushing my long hair. It's shorter now. What does it mean? Okay. Interesting. You know, it's interesting because they're saying that there's something about you brushing your long hair that has to do with healing from some space of feeling energetically vulnerable. Because I feel like there's something about you embracing your authenticity, right? Doing something for yourself that they're saying that you're caring about yourself in a way that you never have before. Because the hair length is indicative on how much you've embraced your own energy in terms of moving in a way that you're doing it for yourself instead of for others. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like this is some kind of dream about talking towards the fact that you're becoming less like worried about how other people see you, right? Like it's giving me like a lot of that embracing one's own majesty in the space of not feeling like you need to please others with your appearance, but doing something in a way that feels like it's purely for you. That is why you've got like the spiritual hair that's showing up in the dream, because it's like the act of grooming the self. It's very much in connection to like Venus or Empress energy that says it doesn't matter how other people feel about something. If you like it, then that's your long hair, is what I keep on getting. One card for Ava on how they are feeling. Um, New intentions, fresh start, trying to do something in a new way, trying to learn a lesson is what I'm getting. Bottom of the deck, working through heartbreak in new ways. I feel like someone's recognized a cycle that's repeating in their life and they're trying to work to correct it. Thank you, Ava, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Hi there, and Theo. As antiquated means old-fashioned or an old belief, something that no longer feels like it serves the self. And Theo, as a kid, I guess I was made to feel predatory because I like feminine energy. So yeah, I have to work through that. That's exactly what I was seeing in the reading in Theo. And that's what I said about reclaiming the past in a way of not feeling badly, especially in the space of identifying and working in the context of consent is key. Sending you so much support on that journey, and thank you for having that reading with me, dear. Susie, I was looking in the mirror and around other women, right? Okay, and again, like I feel like it's a very Venus dream because it was about embodying your feminine energy and being able to be in a space of liking what you see emotionally and spiritually. Good old random doomsday prepper, you gotta love them. They're always here. It's one constant. Oh, the world's ending again. That's great. That's never happened before. Haley, may I please one card on the next step on my path? Woo! Work towards those manifestation goals. Just like I see like a lot of this right now. And don't feel overwhelmed. Like I see you kind of navigating in that space of saying like, what if it works out? Right? Like not worrying through like, yeah, it's not that things are ideal, right? But not being too hard on yourself is what I'm also seeing. Like I keep on hearing baby steps. Like a good manifestation isn't looking at something and saying, why isn't it here? It's saying, what can I do to get closer to it? So make sure that you're charting your progress right now. Thank you, Haley. One card for Kath. And I almost feel like there's a little about you like freestyling, being like, this is how everybody else does it. This is how I do it. It's like keep on seeing. Thank you for the follow, Anana. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Maybell, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you, dear. Hold on, I just lost my spot. I'm just trying to catch back up. SWX, I need to ask you to stop putting your question continually in the live. It's very discourteous to those who are trying to communicate. And these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you would like a reading, you can become a subscriber and be happy to pull cards for you. If not, I will proceed to mute you if you continue to put your question in that fashion. Thank you for respecting the live. Okay, where were we? Okay, one card for Kath related to the past person. I keep on seeing somebody who moved away from you, completely confident that you'd be back when they decided they wanted to. And it's giving me like I feel like it's awful. Like I keep on seeing a situation. I don't know. It's like something about I hear on hearing twice, which is the relationality of feeling some kind of point of reassurance where I think that you like let them back in at some point, feeling like everything's going to change, but they were like, oh good, this is just what I can do. I can just come and go as I please. So I feel like that's what I kept on saying. It's like the energy that's in the space of like potentially recognizing and being like having some kind of rude awakening. Because I keep on hearing like you weren't saying that your love was unconditional. You were giving someone the benefit of the doubt, is what I keep on hearing. And now I feel like it's like now there's no doubt. Hi there, Per. Absolutely. I got you, and thank you for confirming the two cards. Hold on, just reading over the comments. The lights here is hard. Two cards. I have a friend who I see platonically, but I have the feeling that might be different from his side. Can we check this, please? Yeah. Can I have one card, please? Two cards. I think that I feel like they're in that space that they would love if you felt like that about them, you know? But I see kind of an energy that like I feel like there's something about like not wanting to take the risk of pushing something for fear of losing you is what I keep on seeing, you know? Yeah. Like I keep on hearing like they want to be respective of the fact that you consider them a safe space. So I feel like it is kind of a bit of an energy where they would never never make a move towards you unless you move towards them is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I just see someone who cares about you a great deal, but that's why I keep on seeing the fact that they're energetically respective because they don't want to do something that might make you feel uncomfortable. Thank you, Per. All right. Hi there, Uchenna. Bridget, can I have one card on the new pet sitter? Oh, I just hired to watch while I'm away. Got it. Yeah, oh, they got it. Look at this. This is what you like. This is they're like, you know, they a pet whisperer. It feels like they're good. They got it. They're you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it feels to me like I know that there's anxiety in terms of reliability, but I keep on seeing like make sure that your community like I keep on seeing like make sure that you're being if there's something very specific, make sure you're writing it down because it feels to me like they've got their own way of doing things. So you being able to be like, this is how we do it here. You know, I feel like that's the only difficulty point is making sure that you're being very clear in relationality to like how you would like something done, or having some kind of check-ins is what I'm saying. All right. How can I get a reading on live? Psychic, the list is closed today. We're doing one card readings for subscribers. If you'd like a card pulled, you can become a subscriber. Or if you'd like to be on the list for tomorrow, you can send the donation today and be the first person read for tomorrow. There are one, yep. I have time blindness so bad, but also in Aries. Yep. That's the thing with Aries. Like, that's the thing about Aries. I told you they have a very complicated relationship with time, which is like constantly watching the clock, but also having a hard relationship with it. One card for rainbow. All right, I have to proceed to mute someone. Okay, there we go. All right, one card. Hold on, I lost my spot. There we go. One card, silence the last few days from Bestie, checking if all is well. I see someone that's working through some space of overwhelm, just like taking care of a lot of real problems and working through something. Yeah. Like I just keep on seeing, like, I see someone that's in the space of like taking care of a lot of things and working in that context. It doesn't feel like there's anything wrong. I just feel like it's giving me the space of someone who wants to take time to get back to you, doesn't want to just like rush through something, you know? Thank you for encouraging them. Minnie, one card for what needs my attention most in the next week. You got it, dear. Practical stuff. I just keep on seeing like anything that you've been procrastinating on, you'll feel a lot better if you just get it done. Like, just let this let this just be a space of like tying up loose ends, right? I just kind of see like it's giving me a little bit of like, yeah, you'll feel better doing it. Like, don't postpone something. Just like pick a day that you say like, I'm going to do the hard thing first, because something that you've been like dreading, it's not going to take that long time. Like, worrying about it is taking longer than actually doing it. Erica, one card for what the heck is going on in Erica land lately. So many visions. I like that. What's going on in Erica land? I mean, they're actually saying to me you're healing masculine energy to a certain extent. Like, it's saying to me that you're connecting with masculine energy in a way that you haven't before, and something about you healing, like healing masculine energy within you is creating a lot of this space of being able to like, I just keep on feeling like picking up some kind of frequency here. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. You know, like this is saying to me, like, you're not overly internalizing an external problem. You're recognizing it. I keep on hearing you're no longer internalizing it. And when you're able to internalize it, you're able to you're able to channel through it. Like, I just keep on hearing like there's a lot of that healing there, because you're not taking the energy within. You're working through non-attachment in understanding what's yours versus what is not, is what I keep on seeing. It's like it's like a lot of activation energy is what I'm picking up on. But you're being stable. Like the energy, I keep on hearing the energy that used to create a breakdown for you is creating a breakthrough. So you should be proud of yourself. Hi there, Jay. You're so welcome, and Theo. Welcome from India. Good to see you. Not sure what to do with it all. I need to get a reading this week. Anytime, dear. Appropriately healthy. I like appropriate. Like, what is inappropriately healthy, Barry? What's inappropriately healthy? Now I'm curious. Appropriate health gives immediately makes us think that there's inappropriate health. Maybell, these are one card readings for subscribers if you'd like to become a subscriber. You're so welcome, Nikki. Lisa, how can I articulate to this energy from the past that it's changed? I feel like communicating with them in any fashion would give them indications that it hasn't. You know, like it's saying to me, like it almost like like it feels like I keep on hearing. Remember, um, when energy asks for closure, that's usually energy asking for an opening. You know, like I think that it has to do with recognizing and navigating whether you want that energy in your life. If it feels like it's going to be helpful, or if it's going to make you regress back into something. Because I keep on seeing somebody who like misses something, right? Misses the way something used to be. Hi there, Dwayne. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Victoria, these are one card readings for subscribers if you'd like to subscribe. I don't, thank you. I don't know if I should articulate anything. Yeah, I keep on hearing articulating in any way would give them the indication that nothing's changed. Mama, these are one card readings for subscribers, but if you'd like to become a subscriber to have a card pulled, or if you'd like to go on the list for tomorrow, all you need to do is send the donation. Yeah, as one card on why I keep thinking and dreaming about E and if I should reach out. I mean, I feel like I see someone going through some turbulence. I keep on hearing somebody going through some kind of emotional upheaval. Um, I have to stress this. Where did you guys leave it? Do they owe you an apology? Because make sure that reaching back out, if you've articulated to them what they need to do to come into your life to change, um, you know, make sure that I keep honoring, make sure that you're honoring your own boundaries. It's not your job to save someone, especially if you've been clear to another person what needs to change, right? Because I keep on hearing almost like the space of someone who like misses you, but it's also it's not about missing. It's about recognizing why there's some kind of distance here. It's not about going back. It's about going forward. One card general, please, for Kelly. Um, be like, remember, like, healthy manifestation is about being, always patient, never waiting. Make sure that you're being productive in this time in terms of not just waiting for something to change, but moving in the directionality of what it is that you're trying to work upon with yourself, or what it is that you're trying to um, adjust or release. Yeah, I feel like a lot of this work that I'm seeing has to do with recognizing and understanding that I keep on hearing alignment isn't about like looking towards something or someone and asking about what you can change about the situation, but identifying what it is that you're trying to heal within the self. Don't be like I keep on hearing. Don't engage in what feels like a non-productive conversation with someone that doesn't hold something the same way that you do. Like understand energy that feels like they're just trying to um, like be conscientious of energy that just wants to be in a space of being captivated by you instead of articulating manifestation goals or being able to identify what it is that like what it is that you want. Your manifestation, your ability to articulate upon a manifestation is going to protect you from energy that's not in alignment to you. It's not going to drive away energy that wants the same things as you. Thank you so much, Kelly. All right. Hi there, Gia. One card from Spirit, please. Highest party messages. Um, I feel like whatever this is that you're trying to do, if it feels overwhelming, I want you to break it into smaller pieces. The same way, like everything is achievable if we make it like if we're able to rate like to build the plan. Like how do you swallow? It's giving me a lot of that, like, how do you like, yeah, the how do you swallow a whale? The same way you swallow a mouse, one piece at a time. So if something is feeling insurmountable, break it down. If it still feels insurmountable, break it down. Like just keep on disassembling something into smaller pieces that feel like they're manageable, right? Don't feel like you have to like do any like again, healthy change isn't about having like volatile change. It's building in a way that feels like it is manageable. It's becoming stronger. Hi there, Nikki. Thank you. The long hair. I know that was a very interesting dream. Mama, again, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to have a card pulled and become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you, or you can get on the list for tomorrow. Oh my gosh, Phoenix. That's wild. I'm sending you so much support. That's not okay. I'm glad that you're healing from that. Hi there, Grace. One card on the path, please. Thank you for the compliment, Jay. I keep on hearing, I want, like, your mantra right now is everything is going according to plan. And I know that you're feeling like some kind of anxiety, but building into the space of like navigating anxiety right now, I just keep on seeing like articulating through anxiety instead of letting it getting the best of you is going to help you heal something here. Yeah, it's not about, again, it's not about, I feel like there's a lot of this work that you're doing in healing from the need to feel like one has to control situations. And I feel like a lot of that is being like, that's why I keep on hearing everything is going according to plan, because something about you doing that feels like it's going to help you resolve some kind of feelings of like going against the current, but like putting that activation point in terms of situations and just being consistent throughout anything that feels like it's disruptive. It was a form of manipulation, even when she was dating others. Wow, that is, I'm sending you so much support, Phoenix. It's really difficult. And have a beautiful day, Dwayne. You're so welcome, Ava. You're so welcome, Susie. Seeing that my person is trying their best as I am, this makes me happy. Always, Maybell. That's always a gift. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. And Cree, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Barry. That's beautiful, Sin. Thank you. I appreciate you as well, Haley. Um, well, everybody, I mean, if you look for fear, you'll find fear. If that's like that's the thing we deal with here, Phoenix. You know, it's very convenient to want to point fingers at things to try to figure out the source instead of working and recognizing what needs to be healed. But thank you for being here and receiving these messages. You're so welcome, Kath. Thank you as well, Bridget. Always be the cure. Kelly. I think, did I already just read for you, Kelly? I think I just drew a card for you. Tate, good to see you, dear. One card on love, please. Highest party messages from Spirit. Oh man, this card does not want to stay in the deck right now. Again, very similar right now. Your ability to walk away from things right now is like, this is a lot of this path work of resilience. Like, I just keep on seeing that there's something about you not settling, right? And what do you hear when you're not settling? The song you will hear when you're not trying to settle is the energy around you saying you want too much. You don't want too much for someone that wants the same things as you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. None of this energy that feels like, I keep on hearing you're walking like this is a sound of you walking out of a playground. What do people do in playgrounds? They play around. And so I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy that like when energy's like trying to like play with you, you being like, I'm not interested, invested in playing. I'm looking for something energetically real. Like, again, like you're on that, like, again, you're on the hunt for immaculate vibes. You'll know it because the energy that's for you isn't going to play around with you. They're gonna move towards you with authenticity or not at all. Continue to embody that energy. Thank you, Tate. I've sensed this. Thank you so much. I'll be pretending to be clueless. Hi there, Bridget. Thank you. Hi there, Hi there, Earth Angel. This is how we do it. I love it. Where were we? You're so welcome, Yaz. Good to see you, Renee. You're so welcome, Lisa. Hi, Carly. Renee, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Erica. That is so good. I'm hoping so. Blessings to you as well, Merly. Happy Tuesday, Merly. Thank you, Barry. One card, please, for Earth Angel. Again, if you're going, like, the difference between a breakdown and a breakthrough is articulating through it instead of reacting to it. Make sure you're communicating how you're feeling. Don't let yourself be triggered by the past. Just be still in that moment. Embody how you're feeling to move through anything that feels like it's devastating you. Bottom of the deck. Don't let someone trigger you. You've changed. Don't let someone try to bring you into a space of saying, like, don't let them bring that reactive point and then try to say to you, aha, I always knew it. Like, show them, don't match energy, right? Because when you match energy, all you do is show someone that they can bring anything out of you by being untowards. Don't teach lessons. Be the force of change. Be the energetic lesson. One card for Ruby around that. Sending you so much support, dear. I feel like there's a little, like, it says to me that someone appreciates how approachable you were. That there's a lot of that energy and relationality to potentially asking the right questions or working in that context. Bottom of the deck. I keep on hearing, make sure that you articulate and amplify a follow-up to be able to articulate that you still have interest in something. Because I don't know why, I feel like there is something about them worrying that you might not be interested in what they're energetically offering. So something about you articulating and following up with your excitement will help around the situation in terms of helping them identify in terms of identifying your eagerness in relationality to a position. Thank you so much, Ruby. Renee, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Carly. I'll subscribe tomorrow. So Carly, when you come back tomorrow, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Right. And I don't know, I would say that they owe me an apology, but ending felt kind of weird. Like there was recognition of a problem, but no motivation to change the situation. Well, I need to point this out. If someone's coming back to you, like whatever you left it, this is not a chalkboard erase moment, it's a bookmark. It picks up where it left off or not at all. Renee, these are one card readings for subscribers. If you'd like to subscribe, I'm happy to pull cards for you. Thank you for the help, Bridget. Thank you for confirmation, Carly. Thank you for those gifts, Renee. I walked a year ago from every angle. I have complexes, but the point that's left is to reduce the others' hormone increases. Again, good relationships are good for your nervous system. You can feel the difference. Let that nervous system guide you to a safer shore, Phoenix. One card, Spirit from Spirit Guide for Fig. Love that. You're not going to repeat the mistakes of the past. You're working on those lessons. You're not the same person. Appreciate that. Appreciate how far you've come. Don't let someone tell you that you haven't changed. You know how much you've changed. And don't let someone trigger you back into that space, right? Like, you don't have to prove yourself to anyone, is what I'm saying. You prove yourself to yourself. You're so welcome, Grace. See, Mike, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. It's okay. You have nothing to apologize for, Figs. Yep. A lot of tarot twins today. We're going to see more tarot twins. We're moving into Gemini season. Thank you, Dwayne. I'm well into my healing journey. Appreciate your support. Same, always. One card for Lucy, Spirit-led. Highest party messages, please, for Lucy. Let that throat chakra show you what's in alignment to you. Energy that's for you is going to honor your feelings, right? Energy that says, what are you talking about? That's not for you. If you're articulating from your feelings and someone's saying, what are you talking about? Like, don't let them confuse you. Let the confusion be the closure. Yeah, make sure you're not repeating yourself. Remember again, and I keep on hearing too, an apology is twofold. It's taking accountability for something and then talking about what you plan to change to make it better. So don't let someone just say they're sorry. Like, let them talk about what it is that they're working on to actively change something into consistency. You shouldn't have to complain. You shouldn't have to tell someone how to treat you. They should just treat you the way that they should treat you. Hi there from India, Ankriti. We are doing one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a member on the place where we keep the videos, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Sending you support on that journey. One card for Ella General, please. You don't owe everyone an explanation. You don't need to repeat yourself. It's not rude. It is rude to insist. It is not, and often energy that tries to insist will try to be nice when they're insisting. It's not nice to insist. It's not rude if someone is insisting and trying to be nice when you've already articulated what your boundaries are. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. You are not cake. Not everyone deserves a slice. You get to decide what you want to put your energy towards. And energy that honors you will appreciate when you articulate how you're feeling about something. How another person honors your no tells you all you need to know in relationality to whether you want that energy toward near you or not. You're so welcome, Ruby. One card for Nicole, please. Highest priority. I feel like make those plans right now. Something that you're planning to do is going to take time. Don't remember, you're always on time for your own journey. You're not late on anything. Like if you're feeling like that sense, yeah, you're not too late. Like I keep on hearing the best time to do something's now. Just plot that course of what it is that you're working on changing, right? Incremental progress is progress. Have a beautiful day, Dwayne. And Christian, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Fig. All right. Hi there, Kapusi. Have a great day, Per. Oh my God, we have Pilates day. Are you ready for tomorrow, or are you still feeling what? I mean, what are you talking about? I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about. Have a great day, Per. I was going to say me. Hi there, Kapusi. One card for Nicole, please. Like, don't let yourself get triggered. Like a lot of I feel like there's something happening right now that's triggering your abandonment wounds. Again, don't like if you're getting some kind of deja vu, like don't move towards the fear, move towards your intention. Because sometimes when the same thing's happening, the universe is giving us the opportunity to say, like, look, this is what would happen with energy that's in alignment to you, right? It's helping us understand the difference between what we experienced in the past versus what we can find in the present. Thank you for those gifts, Phoenix. Hi, Bookcase. Good to see you today. Highest priority, please, for Addison. Healthy communication is healthy communication. Navigating from emotional overwhelm. Like I see someone trying to find a way to communicate their feelings. Like I just see someone, it's like there's a lot of efflusiveness here. But I keep on seeing again, I feel like you're helping someone find that sure footing to be able to communicate effectively. So I keep on seeing helping another person remember that it's okay to make mistakes so long as we're able to learn from them, so long as we're able to grow. I feel like there's a lot of emotional release that's happening right now because someone feels like you're a safe space. But it's like having to navigate that excitement is like doing so in a way that feels like it's supportive, like potentially slowing something down in the space of another person wanting to speed something up. I keep on hearing slow and steady. Hi there, Heidi. These are one card for subscribers. If you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Time is amazing. Sending you support. That's wonderful, Ella. Tap to claim. Same thing, Precious. These are one card readings for subscribers if you'd like to subscribe. Hold on a minute. You're so welcome, Nicole. Sometimes you're the wave, sometimes you're the current. Ebb and flow where you go. Or, oh, I love that, Grace. Tap to claim. Heidi, thank you for the follow. Kapusi, these are one card readings for subscribers. If you want to send the donation, you'll be the first person read for tomorrow. Thank you for the follow. Hi there, Heidi. Same. For anyone asking, these are one card readings for subscribers. If you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. You're so welcome. On point. Thank you for confirmation. You're so welcome, Bookcase. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed the Daily Collective Read, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Genuine, happy to draw a card for you. Is there anything my guides want me to know about the connection between Tom and I? You got to make sure that you have the same mutual goals. Make sure that there's not a tug of war occurring. Make sure that someone's being clear about what they're communicating they want from you. And none of this bobblehead energy, none of that, I want that too. Like, if again, say to them, what is your ideal relationship scenario? Like, make them plot it out. Not just being like, I want that too, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. It's not just like words mean nothing without action. I see someone, like, make sure that someone's not just saying what they want, what they think they want you to hear. Make sure they're putting the work in to show you that they want the same things as you do. Thank you guys so much again for being here today and sharing in these messages. Thank you for all of anyone who's become a subscriber today. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. I want to welcome you to the collective. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only Discord channel. There you can introduce yourself to the collective. You will also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our Substack class subscription program. Our next tarot class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified when we've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications, but sometimes this app does not like to push out when I've gone live. So you should also register directly for the event tomorrow to ensure that you will get notified when I've gone live. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can get on the list now. You'll be the first person read for if you get on before the live starts. Those links are in my bio. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. Also, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for spending your afternoon here with these messages and sharing in this collective. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all of your help and assistance. I hope you guys have thank you, Nikki. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.